Good evening. Good evening. Lord, why do I have Thursday up? I just be doing anything. Just doing anything. Sorry, y'all. Good evening, and thank you for coming to She Loves Ball edition on Saturday. So SWAC Saturdays during the basketball season is She Loves Ball. Okay? Yes. And I'm loving tonight because, hey, Dr. Carey, I'm loving tonight because it was a Jackson State Tiger sweep today. And, you know, a lot of folks counted us out. What are y'all sipping on tonight? Cheers. This is fruit punch. It's like Minute Maid fruit punch, a little dragon fruit berry mix, and an adult drink that will not be named. I have Don Julio, a little bit of Don Julio, just a little bit. See, this is my thing. I was putting together some graphics, right? Because I love doing the graphic thing. So I was sitting there, I'm watching the game. I'm like, oh, this is great. We're up by a gazillion. Let me go ahead and do my graphics. And then Jackson State went on a 2-minute drought. Hang on, come over here and just go ahead, and because you over here looking, go ahead.
Hi, everybody.
You gotta stand up tall. What do you want to say to everybody?
Happy New Year.
January almost over with. Yeah, he wanted to get in here so he can get gone. Because it's grown folks talking. You don't ever know what's going to go down. Anyway, who are you rooting for out of all these teams? Right answers only. Snacks are on the line. Which team is the best team? That's an easy answer.
HBCU?
You act like you unsure. Are you sure? Who else you want to pick? Go ahead. Pick somebody else because you look like you want to pick somebody else. Go ahead. Nobody else? Okay. In honor of those Wildcats, let me play that song. Braxton, for somebody who always has a lot to say, you're speechless tonight. You know what? You could say your scripture from this past week. That's such a beautiful scripture.
My new one?
No, your old one. Say your old scripture.
Oh, from Friday.
Yeah, go ahead and say that. We could open it up with that while I look for this Wildcat song.
Romans 12:16a. Live with one another in harmony. Romans 12:16a.
Good job. Y'all know that's not the King James version.
Live in harmony with one another. Romans 12:16.
Good job. And so I went and I looked up. Ooh. Wait a minute. My stuff going off. Sorry, y'all. It's a late start. Let me go ahead and pull up because you know what? I think them Wildcats really thought that they was gonna come and they thought they was gonna beat us. Here, let me pull it up. Not y'all thought y'all was gonna come up into the AAC and take over. Surely not. That's what they thought, man. They thought they was gonna come up in there and two-step. The Jackson State Tigers, the women's team, we ain't have nothing to worry about. It was this over here. We had to think twice. Hold on. You think you finna come in our house? You thought you were just gonna come up in our house and win? Wait a minute. Let me play the music with it. Them last 2 minutes. Smokey's twin was in there coaching. He was coaching, okay? I don't know if the flops was a part of the coaching, but baby had me over there worried. I was like, wait a minute. Hold on now. What's going on? What is happening? I'm not going to lie to you. Mo Williams and the Jackson State Tigers, y'all give me heart palpitations because, you know, y'all pull the games out, but it always is, it is something. So anyway, in honor of those Wildcats, I was going to play your song, win or lose, but I just was confident that our Tigers was going to keep it undefeated at home. So I'm going to play that. There we go. Hang on. There we go. This is in honor of those Wildcats. Go ahead. Wildcats. Let's go. Now I'm not a band connoisseur. Are those the flutes or the piccolos? That give that je ne sais quoi to that. Is that the piccolos or is that the flute? Y'all let me know in the chat. All right, so we are going to do a SWAC live recap. I like it too, and you know what, Dr. Carey, it always sounds better when we win. There you go. There you go. Those are the piccolos. Piccolos. All right, so y'all keep updating us in the chat. Last I seen, Valley was cooking against Grambling. I don't know. Let's see what they looking like right now. Grambling basketball. Oh, they pulled it out. Now here go Jeremiah talking about it's a French horn. Uh-oh, y'all want to play the game tonight? Y'all want to play the game? Y'all want to play the game? Valley was cooking in the first half. They're right there, Valley. Right there. If y'all want to play the game, put some hearts in the chat. If you don't want to play the game, then just don't respond. If we get 10 people to put hearts in the chat, then we're going to play. It has to be 10 different people, though. I'm just saying. I don't need that. I'm hot, baby. Thank you. I heard trumpets more than anything. Now I'm getting it's a French horn. Now I'm hearing that it's trumpets. Y'all let me know. We're going to listen to it one more again. Y'all let me know what is that je ne sais quoi. When you hear it, it's just like, ooh, I like this song. This made me. All right. All right. Coming to the stage. Hey, Mr. Ford.
Hey, Mr. Mona. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
All right. All right.
You doing all right?
Yeah, doing good. I was just listening.
That's good, Mr. Ford. Welcome. Oh, I don't see no hearts in the chat, so that's good. So, Mr. Ford, you got some folks greeting you in the chat. They're saying, "Hey,
is Miss Whitley on here?"
Yes, she is.
Hey, Miss Whitley. Hey, everybody.
She's not the only one that be greeting you, but you know.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Ford. Did you hear Bethune-Cookman's Wildcats? Did you hear it?
You know, yes. Yeah. And I watched the basketball. I watched the guys play today.
Who did you watch?
I watched it was Jackson State men and Bethune-Cookman's men. Yeah.
Uncle Hirsch is here. You remember Uncle Hirsch? You and him was cutting up on the live.
Yeah, he's the 5th graduate, right?
Yep, he out here. He said, how's it going, brother?
Hey, I watched the now let me say this to you. The only reason that game was close today is because Jackson State's is Jackson should have won that game today by 20 points. If Jackson State basketball team was an engine and it was 8 cylinders, they clicking on about 4 or 5 cylinders.
So you're saying that
power.
So basically what you're saying is
it was
self-inflicted that it even got that close. They got to close the game.
Yeah, remember, y'all was up by 17 and they came back. That's because it's still some cylinders not clicking. Now, a star, that roughing key, that key's a star. You just, boy.
You cutting out, Mr. Ford. You cutting out a little bit.
Okay, I got to go.
Go back to your spot. Go back to your little spot that you normally go to. Braxton, go.
Okay, all right, I'm go.
Okay, Mr. Ford gonna leave. So what you want to do? Come on. Here, this is Braxton's time. Mr. Ford, they said your Wi-Fi is clicking on 2 cylinders. Jamal.
I know.
Hey, Dr. Kanisha. We're ready. We're ready. What are you doing, Mr. Ford?
I'm putting the alarm system on.
Oh. Oh. We can hear that. You know when Braxton get up on here, he be wanting to have all the attention, y'all. Because we need to hear this. Mr. Ford said y'all 8 cylinders engine and y'all only using 4.
Can you hear me?
Yes. We can hear you now.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
All right. Okay, so you were saying that they need to finish. Basically, they didn't finish. They didn't score. They had a scoring drought in the last 2 minutes and 7 seconds of the game. Very, very dangerous. Out 2 minutes and 7 seconds out of the last, I don't know, 2.5 minutes, 3 minutes of the game. Very, very dangerous.
Yeah, but listen, your coach put together a dynamite squad. Y'all got a lot of talent. This is my first time really watching Jackson State was today. And like I said, the only reason that game was close today is that you're not clicking on all cylinders. Now, let me just say this about you say that you calling him Smokey Robinson's twin.
You talking about Coach Reggie Theus?
Reggie Theus is doing a great job. Let me tell you why. He's playing without a front line. See, to me, the
playing
person
without a front line.
Yeah, he doesn't really have a center. He doesn't have a power forward. He's playing with guards and small forwards.
And why is he doing that?
Because he don't have a lot of big men. Really, now that Manziel kid, you got that kid from California. If he was clicking, he would have had at least 20 to 25 points and about 15 to 20 rebounds, because they didn't have anybody could match up with him.
So he had 16 points today, and he had 7 rebounds. 7 rebounds.
Listen, in that kind of game like that with no front line, he could have had 15. He could have had 15 and probably 20, 25 points or more.
He was 6 of 6 from the free throw line today. 1 block, 1 steal, 1 assist. So he still played a heck of a game. But you're saying he could have had 20 points.
If he had it in his mind to be a dog and wanted to take over the game and show that he's dominant, he could have showed his behind today, because they didn't have an answer for him. They couldn't match up with him. I'm trying to tell you, the only reason that game was close today is your front line is not as dominant as they should be. Now, that big boy y'all got, the first thing they need to do with him is make him lose at least 20 to 25 pounds.
You must be talking about the transfer from
FAMU.
From FAMU.
Oh, I'd make him lose 20, 25 pounds. And let me tell you something. You talking about would turn into a shot blocker? Oh, he turned into a shot blocker. He would. Yeah. But I'm just telling you, that Ruffin kid, that kid is a star. And now he's the one that was hurt last year, right?
Yes.
Oh, listen. How many years eligibility he got?
Which one?
Ruffin.
Ruffin should have two. He's classified as a junior. I think he's got 2 years.
Listen,
And you know
that kid is.
Mo's bringing his son next year, and then I showed you Kobe Butler. It's gonna get scary.
Yeah, because it's scary now. I'm just telling you, all of the horsepower is not being utilized. It's not.
So I'm gonna go ahead and read Deshaun Ruffin's stats. He played for 37 minutes. Like Coach Mo said, you know, he's came off of an injury, so he's not like 100%. But if you're even at 75% and you're scoring 37 points, I mean, he was 12 of 22 from the field goals. I do think that they did, which that is credit to Reggie Theus, which is they adjusted in-game adjustments in that second half to really shut Deshaun Ruffin out from continuing to score, because he was a walking bucket there for a minute. There was nothing you could do to stop him. And so then they tried double teaming him. And then he also had the most assists on the team, because when they come to basically double up on him, he would bounce the ball inside. So 5 of 9 from the 3-point range, 8 of 10 for free throws. He had 5 assists today. And he had a total of 37 points. That is ridiculous. And I think that the turning point was that after you guys had a 17-point lead, it was time to slow the game down, right? Slow the game down, slow it down, run the clock. But I think they were just on go mode the whole time.
Well, and the other thing is, one thing Reggie Theus' team showed today is resilience. Because at no time, even though they were way behind, they weren't beaten. They weren't defeated.
Right.
And I'm just telling you, if Reggie Theus had them missile carriers, that's what Al McGuire. Do you remember Al McGuire?
No, tell me about Al McGuire, Mr. Ford.
Al McGuire was one of my favorite coaches when I was growing up. He coached at Marquette University. I think in 1978, he won the NCAA championship tournament. He turned out people like Earl Tatum, Bo Ellis, Butch Lee. Okay, well, anyway, he used to call the big men the missile carriers, the rebounders. And I'm telling you, if this guy Reggie Theus had some bona fide missile carriers, baby, the SWAC would have to be on notice, baby. He would listen. That cat would try to take over, because they look good today. Listen, Theus can coach. Y'all say, I know y'all calling him what they calling him Smokey Robinson's twin. Listen, that guy can coach, man.
I saw it last year. We saw glimpses of it last year in the tournament. We've seen it, you know. Bethune-Cookman has overcome. I might play and say, he looks like Smokey Robinson, but Bethune-Cookman.
Somebody said he looked like Rick Fox.
Oh, Rick Fox. He's overcome a lot of adversity.
Oh,
And
baby,
he's
they
not
could get him
only is he a basketball coach, but he's also the AD. So let's give credit where credit is due in terms of letting him build his team, continuing to let him coach. I wouldn't put any type of pressure on him, because he is right there in terms of competing. And as we've seen in the tournament, it's anybody's game. Uncle Hirsch asked, do you remember Coach Job?
Do I? Yes. Listen.
Well, can you tell me? Because I don't know who Coach Job is.
Listen, ask you. Who said that? Hirsch?
Yeah.
Who asked that question? You know he was a Fisk graduate, right? You know he was a Fisk graduate. Let me tell you, he used to always tell the story Coach Job used to tell this story. He was working on his PhD at the University of Tennessee on the day that John F. Kennedy was assassinated, which was November of 1963. He was sitting in class and the professor said, "They just killed y'all nigger-loving president." He used to always tell that story. And he said he left the class and went and cried.
Who said that?
Ben Job. Ben Job used to always tell that story. He was working on his PhD. He was a Fisk graduate. He was working on his PhD at University of Tennessee. And on the day they assassinated
people
John
in
F.
chat
Kennedy,
trying to figure out what Job you talking about, Gremlin or
Ben
Southern
Job, no, the one that was at Southern. See, he was at Alabama A&M first. Actually, he was a coach at South Carolina State. But man, listen, I've been knowing Ben Job for years. Man, Ben Job was see, Ben Job spent time here in Atlanta.
He said he was a slave until he was 12 years old. That Ben Job?
No. Ben Job
from
finished
Montgomery,
his,
Alabama? Yes.
Wait a minute. I thought Ben was from Nashville. Was he from? I thought he's from Nashville. Yeah, he lived in. Actually, I think he died in Tuskegee.
He died in. Okay, so this is the Ben Job. I done looked him up now. I done did my research.
Ben Job, everybody knows Ben.
It says I was a slave until I was 12 years old. Ben Job told me one day at our usual meeting place. I never asked a follow-up question before he died in 2017. But in recent interview with his widow and daughter, I learned that they knew of no specific event that happened in 1945. What?
Yeah, see, Ben used to live here in Atlanta. He was an assistant coach to Bobby Crimmins at Georgia Tech. And he left Georgia Tech and went to Alabama A&M. The guy that's with Carlos Brown them now, you ever watch the Carlos Brown show? You ever listen to the Carlos Brown show?
No.
Okay, there's a guy on there named Coach Pettaway. Coach Pettaway used to be Ben Job's assistant coach when Ben Job was at Alabama A&M. When Ben Job left Alabama A&M and went to Southern University, Pettaway took over as the head coach at Alabama A&M.
Mr. Ford, Ben Job said that he was born on Job Plantation near Nashville, Tennessee. The plantation was for his family, but for the family that had owned his family. Yeah. After graduating from Pearl High School in Nashville, he attended Fisk University on an academic scholarship, a basketball scholar.
Okay, now let me stop you right there. Let me stop you. Okay. For many, many years, they would have the Black High School National Championship at Pearl High School in Nashville. They would bring all of the top Black high schools in America to Nashville, Tennessee, and they would play there. In 1956, a team came there from Indianapolis called Crispus Attucks High School. Guess who the star player was?
Ben Job.
No, his name was Oscar Robinson. You know that name?
Do
you know Oscar Robinson?
Wait a minute. Oscar Robinson at where? At the Pearl High School?
He was from a high school in Indianapolis called Crispus Attucks. Crispus Attucks. That's what his name is, high school. They came to Pearl and won the national championship in 1956. He's still living. He left Crispus Attucks and went to the University of Cincinnati.
The 1954-1955 Crispus Attucks Tigers were the first Black team in the state and the first Black team in the nation to win a state championship.
Yeah. They called them the Big O. Now listen, you remember Kareem Jabbar?
You done named about 3 different folks.
Wait a minute. Do you remember Kareem Jabbar? Do you remember that name?
Yeah, I do remember that.
Let me tell you about Kareem Jabbar. Kareem Jabbar played with Irvin Magic Johnson. But to this day, according to Kareem Jabbar, he says the greatest player he ever played with was Oscar Robinson.
Yeah, y'all, this is a little basketball history for those of you that are
ones they know who I'm talking about. That's
not
right.
everybody.
Originally,
Who
that's
is
right.
Alcindor? Lou Alcindor.
That was his name originally. When he came out of New York, his name was Louis Alcindor. He came out of a high school called Power Memorial. He didn't lose but one game, I think, while he was at Power Memorial. They lost to DeMatha High School outside of D.C. in Maryland. I think that was Hyattsville, Maryland. And he was highly recruited. Everybody in the country wanted him, 7 feet tall. And he went to UCLA and played for a man named John Wooden. Okay, they won the national championship, huh?
They said Jim Hill of Jackson won second place in that tournament. They lost to Pearl High.
Yeah, and remember, it was another high school that went up there from Jackson and won it, because the coach was an Alcorn graduate.
What?
I got to go back and check
that. Like Brown said, he knows all of this. So who was the team that won it from Jackson? Was it Callaway? Who was it?
You know what? I got to go back because I remember the coach was an Alcorn graduate. They came to Nashville and won the whole thing.
John Wooden?
No, I'm talking about this high school tournament.
Oh, okay.
Lanier.
They said it was Lanier.
Yeah, they had a coach. The coach was from Alcorn. He was a graduate of Alcorn. He brought a team to Nashville for the Black High School National Championship. He won the whole thing. Yeah. It was in the early 60s. But listen, Ben Jobe he was influenced by another Black great head coach named this guy went to the University of Kansas. He was a coach at North Carolina Central, Hampton, Tennessee. He won 3 NAIH. His name was John McClendon. John McClendon influenced Ben Jobe. John McClendon influenced Dave Whitney. You know who Dave Whitney is, right? You know who Dave Whitney is?
No.
Dave Whitney is considered the greatest basketball coach in the history of Mississippi. He was a legend down there at Alcorn. His name was Dave Whitney.
Wait, you going too fast. Hang on, let me get it. Okay. Dave Whitney.
Yeah, that's him. Right. I met him while I was at Grambling. But I knew about him way before
that. He played at Kentucky State from 1948
he was not only a great basketball player, he was also a great baseball player. He was in the Negro Leagues.
He's a Mississippi Sports Hall of Fame inductee.
He's the greatest basketball coach in the history of Mississippi.
He coached at Texas Southern from 1964 to 1969. Then he went to Alcorn State from 1969 to 1988 and 1996 to 2002. Damn! He won all the SWAC championships.
Yeah.
73, 76, 79, 80, 81, 82, 86, 85, 86, 99, 2000. He went to the NCAA tournament 80, 82, 83, 84, and 99. SWAC Coach of the Year 9 times. He went to the NIT in 79 and 85. He had a career college coaching record of 542 to 334. At Alcorn, he had a coaching career of 487 to 280.
He's the greatest college basketball coach in the history of Mississippi.
The winningest
everybody knows him. His name was Dave Whitney.
Alcorn State history. He coached the Braves to the first NCAA tournament win ever by a historically Black university with a 70-62 victory over South Alabama in 1980. Davies' first love was baseball. He played shortstop for the Kansas City Monarchs in the Negro League. Well, look,
Right.
if they're gonna take Black history away, we still gonna have it on over here. Okay,
There you go.
we still gonna have our Black history over
Now,
here.
let me tell you, when they really started talking about it, a lot of in the basketball circles, people knew about him, but America was introduced to him because I think it was in 77 or 78. You have to look it up. Alcorn State played Mississippi State and beat them. And it threw the whole the basketball world in a tizzy because they were so upset that a small black, back then they used to call black colleges small college sports, small college athletics. That a small college like Alcorn defeated Mississippi State. Now, you can look it up. That either happened in 1977 or it happened in 1978. Everybody was upset about it. The people who ran the NCAA was like, what is this? And then
Jerome said UNC's Dean Smith stole Coach McClellan's four corner offense.
He did. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. He did it. He stole it from him. Yes, he did. They won the NAIA championship 57, 58, 59. I think in 61, Grambling won it with Willis Reed. Okay, here it is. Somebody, Memphis said that game was in 1978. The whole country was upset about it. They was toe up about it. And then what happened after that, this guy's name was Bobby Knight. He controlled college basketball. When John Wooden retired, Bobby Knight took over college basketball. He invited Alcorn to a invitational or to a tournament up in Bloomington. And he saw Dave Whitney firsthand because I think he had to coach against him. And he told the world then, this man is one of the best coaches in America. You know who Bobby Knight is, right?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do know who Bobby Knight is.
See, now we was hurt when Bobby Knight took over. Okay, when my mother turned me on to college basketball was dominated by UCLA. The coach for UCLA was named John Wooden. Okay, and it was it was the Lou Alcindor era. After Lou Alcindor left, it was a guy named Sidney Wicks and Curtis Rowe. Then both of them went pro. Then they had the big boy, they called him the big redhead. His name was Bill Walton. And Bill Walton won it every year, I think his senior year or something. Yeah, he won it every year. Because see, back then, if you were a freshman, you couldn't play your freshman year. You could play your sophomore, junior, and senior year. Okay, the team that dethroned Bill Walton was a team led by a guy named David Thompson. David Thompson then was the North Carolina State Wolfpack. Okay. And he was, when he went to the NBA, well, actually, he went to the ABA first, then he went to the NBA. He was going to be the first, he was going to be like Michael Jordan, but one of his teammates turned him on to cocaine, and that destroyed his career and his life.
Wait a second. Who got turned? Wait a minute. Who did what with cocaine?
His name was David Thompson. He played at North Carolina State. He was with a team called the Denver Nuggets, but he was in the ABA. And then they went from the ABA and they merged. They got rid of a lot of the ABA teams and merged a few of them teams with the NBA. That happened in 17.
Allegedly, he started playing with the snow.
Yeah. One of his teammates turned him on, because see, when you back then in in college, you would play 25 to 27 games a year, no more than about 30. He gets to the NBA, they playing 82 regular season games plus the playoffs. And so one of his teammates turned him on to cocaine. And it destroyed his basketball career and destroyed his life.
I'm in love with the cocoa.
Yeah, because listen, Ben Jobe, Ben Jobe was in the NBA back in the 70s. And he was making a fuss about all them black athletes in the NBA being on cocaine. And the black athletes who was on cocaine, they wanted him out the league because they were sick of being Joe complaining about them being on. So they got him out. But because he was with, I think Ben worked on a guy named Donnie Walsh. You can look that name up. Donnie was around for years. I think Ben was an assistant coach with the Denver Nuggets. I think he was. But anyway, they ran Ben out of the NBA because he was complaining about all that. This was in the 70s about all them players being on cocaine, and he said the NBA didn't care about it.
Ooh.
And so he had to go back to college. I'm trying to think, where did he turn
Wait a
up?
minute, not that they didn't care.
Yeah, he said they didn't care. They didn't care about them black boys because he was saying that something needed to be done about all them basketball players in the NBA being on cocaine. He was complaining about it.
Well, he should have just kept his mouth shut.
No, he was a
You
man of
just make
integrity.
sure
Listen,
you don't
let
do
me
no
say this to you. Listen, he was a fist man. Now I know that don't mean nothing to y'all now, but at one time that meant something. He was a fist man. He was not only an athletic coach and all that, but he stood. You got to remember, this guy had a PhD. He was about something. He was about something.
So before I go back to the Jackson State game, Ladarius wanted me to show you this picture of Coach Robinson. And who was the other person? Who was the other coach?
That's Cooley. That's Cooley.
Okay.
That was the
Valley head coach at the Circle City.
Listen, that picture was taken in 1984. That picture was taken in 1984.
How do you know it was taken in 1984?
Let me tell you this something. Let me tell you this. I always remember this. That year, Rob came up with the idea. It was the first year of the Circle City Classic. It was a black preacher in Indianapolis that started that game. That man died. He had prostate cancer. When he died, that game fell out of, it was one of the top 5 black college games in America. He died, and it wasn't like it used to be. That was one of the biggest games. Movie stars would come to that game. All of the people in the North would come to Indianapolis. Okay, the first one was in 1984. Jerry Rice lit our ass up. He scored about 4 or 5. Him and Willie Todd. It was at the. It was called the Hoosier Dome. That's where they are right there.
What happened? You said who lit you up?
Jerry Rice and Willie Todd lit our ass up. They put about 50 points on us. They was running that what they call that outfit. They was man, it was something. They lit us up. They lit us. No, it wasn't no air. It was they ran 4 wide receivers, 1 back, no tight ends, and Todd basically threw every play.
That sounds like air
They
raid.
lit us up. It was 1984. BET did the game that night. They lit us up. The Hoosier Dome was a sellout. Man, it was 60 or 70 pounds. Huh?
Satellite offense, West Coast offense.
Yeah, satellite offense. It was Jerry Rice's senior year. That was in 84. That year in 85, Jerry Rice was selected first round by the San Francisco 49ers. And they were the defending Super Bowl champs. Everybody was talking about it because the other teams wouldn't draft him. The 49ers had just won the Super Bowl and they drafted Jerry Rice.
So is that's the old school version of belt to ass? Yeah.
We got them the next year. They came to Grambling in 85, and we got them. Jerry Rice was gone. Todd was still there.
He was gone.
Jerry Rice was gone to the 49ers with Bill Walsh.
Jerry made it big time.
Jerry made it big time, baby. Sure did. But they came to Grambling in 85. We caught them right there in Grambling. We got them back, but they lit us up there at that Hoosier Dome. They lit us up. You can pull that game up because BET did that game. Charlie Neal and Lim Barney and them did that game.
Charlie Neal that does HBCU go?
Yeah, and his Charlie was play-by-play. The analyst was Lim Barney. I sit right there and watch the game. I never forget it. They lit our behind up, boy. Yes, sir. They called him Jerry World Rice, and they called a Titan Satellite. And they called the coach the gunslinger. That's what they called. His name was because he's a Jackson State graduate. He played for Coach Merritt and Coach Joe Gilliam Sr. I think he was a center. I think he was offensive center or something. But anyway, damn, what's coaching? But anyway, yeah, man, I remember this. This was 1980. This was 84. This was 1984. This picture comes from the Hoosier Dome.
Lord, yeah, that's Coach Cooley. Talk about Lynn Barney. Y'all folks in the chat are like full of stuff, and you know if you say one word to Mr. Ford, you're gonna get him going. Now they over here talking about Lynn Barney.
Yeah, Lynn Barney. Lynn Barney's in the NFL Hall of Fame. I saw him when I was growing up. He was a defensive back. They don't tell you this. Lynn Barney was best friends with Marvin Gaye. He almost convinced Marvin Gaye to try for the Lions. They were best friends. They used to run together.
Let me go ahead and sing. Let me go ahead and sing. All right. So much history. So much history. But I wanted to highlight some things for this Jackson State game. Because like you said, I think that if Jackson State can limit turnovers, and like you said they clicking on about 4 cylinders, right? It's an 8.
Yeah, they got to get the front line is not. It's not.
When you
see,
say
that front line is not as dominant as it
should be. Are you talking about the guards?
No, I'm talking about the forwards and the centers. They not. Now y'all got one guy coming off that bench. He's physical. I can't remember his name and his number, but he's coming in and he's kind of undersized, but he's strong on the boards. And the other thing, with that kid, Ruffin, y'all supposed to be running that Laker break, baby. When you got somebody shooting a jumper like that, shoot, you need to be running that Laker break. You need to be running that Laker break.
See, this is so funny. All right, so basically Shannon Grant, which is the FAMU transfer,
he needs to lose about 20 to 25 pounds.
And he's not a good free throw shooter. I feel like folks will take advantage of that.
See, he needs what we call the coach that he needs. You call that kind of coach a technician.
Shaquille O'Neal coach.
Well, he needs a technician type coach that will add to his game. But the main thing they need to do is they've got to get him on a diet, get him on a nice diet, put him on it don't have to be heavy iron work, what we call lifting weights and all that, but give him a little iron work. But he needs to lose about 25 pounds. Now you think you're seeing him now? You won't even know him. You won't even know him.
So you just think he needs to lose about 20 pounds? Oh,
yeah. Get him down to about 2, because he's about 300 plus now. I'd get him down to about 270, 275.
What did you think about the blue that they had on, the Sonic Boom blue that they were wearing?
It kind of reminded me of Southern.
Wait a minute. What you talking about, Willis? What you talking about, Mr. Ford?
It kind of reminded me of Southern.
No, it didn't. It reminds you of exactly what it was for. Sonic Boom.
It kind of reminded me of Southern.
You got too much.
The blue. Listen, the blue. I'm all my life. Jackson State wore like a navy blue with some white, and then they would mix in some red. See, that was Jackson State when I was coming along.
This is an alternate jersey, right?
Oh, I'm just saying when
there ain't no yellow in there. And Southern, listen, Southern wears royal blue, a gold yellow, a powder blue, and a powdered yellow. Southern has literally 15 different blues and 10 different yellows. They really do.
All right. Okay.
This is the Sonic Boom Blue.
Well, when I turned it on, I was like, and then Coach
And
Mo Williams had on the blazer. He had on the, and I was like, I don't know. It kind of. I'm telling you now. First thing I thought it was Southern University.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did. Because that's not. I told you that's not. See, when I was,
it was basically we could. I don't know. I'm not gonna play the sound to the video, but it was basically acknowledging the sonic.
Before the ball is tipped, there's a sound, a heartbeat, the sonic boom of the South, the pride of Jackson State, inspiring generations. This season, the JSU men's basketball team honors that legacy. New jerseys driven by the rhythm, power, and spirit of the boom.
Oh, Lord. Yeah, it's just basically acknowledging the sonic boom of the South. So.
Oh, okay.
I love this commercial, by the way.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I did too.
Yeah. You see the blue that the sonic boom wears? It's literally the same.
Yeah, I see it. I see it now. Oh, yeah.
Same exact colors.
Right. Okay.
Please don't get our alternate jersey axed. We trying to get back the all red uniforms. Do you think that the president will let us wear them since we won the national championship?
Oh yeah. Well, listen, when I went to Grambling, y'all wore navy blue, mix in white, and y'all would mix in a little red with it, and that was Jackson State. That was Jackson State, baby. That was them, JSU, and they wore that JSU on helmets. Yeah.
They said that according to reliable sources, Shannon Grant has already been lifting and has lost 30 to 40 pounds already.
Listen, I get him down to 270. I get him down a little bit more because let me tell you, he showed tonight he got some vertical, but I'm just telling you, get some of that weight off of him, baby, you won't even know.
I think I want to say Shannon dunked the other night, and
I think he dunked tonight, didn't he?
Yeah, but he dunked the other night. The other night,
but
he held on a little bit. He almost busted that glass.
Listen, if you get that weight off of him, he will be a legitimate shot blocker. I'm telling you. Get that weight off him. Get him down to about 270, 275.
They said down to 270. What is he at now?
He's got to be 300 pounds.
He is not 300 pounds, Mr. Ford. No.
You sure? Okay, well, you need to check that. You need to check that.
Ain't no 300 pounds. He probably
270. He's got 300 pounds. Yeah.
No, it does say he's 290.
That's what I figured. Get him down to about, 290. Drop about 20, 25 pounds. I'm telling you, he'll be a different player.
But when you say lose it, you mean just basically turning it down into muscle mass, right?
Yeah, and restrict and watch his diet. Watch what he eats. No pork. Listen, no pork.
No pork. How you gonna tell him he can't eat no pork?
I would restrict. Let me tell you something. What you do is you restrict him to baked chicken, fish, no beef.
We all about to be. Y'all might as well get ready to be vegan. The way they gonna up these prices.
Well, I'm just telling you. You can get him down now.
Y'all need to send me a recipe for doctoring up some powder eggs, because eggs is about $15 a carton.
Yeah, but listen, I'm just telling you now. You can get him down.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you can get him down.
Talking about no pork.
No pork.
Okay.
Make his chicken baked.
Mississippi. He's not in Florida. They said now.
No, I'm just telling you, if you want to get him right, see, there's a reason why Kareem Jabbar played so many years in the NBA. There's a reason why Muhammad Ali, and a lot of it had to do with their diet. I'm just telling you now. I'm just telling you. A lot of it had to do with their diet.
Dr. Hall said, we ain't gonna have no vegetables either. Ain't nobody to harvest.
Listen, this place here getting ready to go, it's finna go total chaos and confusion in this country. Y'all just wait. But see what that man they're pushing now, they pushing, that's called anarchy. They pushing anarchy. They gonna get it. They gonna get them race riots that they want. Huh?
There ain't gonna be no race riots because black
Yeah, it
folks.
is. Yeah, they gonna have race riots, baby.
It's gonna be race within y'all. It must be just those people fighting because what we fighting for?
No, they gonna
We don't have no reason to fight.
No,
what we fighting for?
Miss Simona, no. Listen, baby. You see, let me tell you
You
something.
had me
That
watch
man,
Civil
let me tell you
War.
something. See, let me tell you this. That man has destroyed a lot of jobs held by white folks. And these white people, unlike us, see, we nonviolent when it comes to white people. But when it comes to us, we not nonviolent. Them white folks that he taking their job, them people ain't nonviolent. And them people gonna take up arms. You gonna see it. And then listen, you just give them about 2 weeks to a month. You'll see what I'm talking about. You can't see it now, but you're gonna see it. You're gonna see it. See, this dude is firing civil service people. You can't fire civil service people like that.
I mean, they thought DEI just meant black.
Yeah, they
Until
thought it
now
meant
they
just
find
but
it
see,
out it means
that's him. That's how they are. But he finna destroy them too. And you gonna see them people gonna take up arms.
some veterans got let go.
I'm just listen. All you got to
They
do is
didn't
just
know they was included in
stay
that.
cool and watch. These people are gonna take up arms.
Lord,
You'll see.
you remember when you said in the summer you said go watch Civil War?
Yeah.
Remember you told us to watch that movie? It just
Yeah.
came out and it was about a president trying to take a third term.
Yeah.
Y'all better go watch that movie.
Yeah. But you're gonna see. You're gonna see. These people are gonna take up arms. I'm just telling you. And a lot of them that's gonna take up arms is the folks that voted for him.
As long as they leave us alone, please. We ain't got nothing to do with that. We don't control nothing. Just leave us be.
Yeah.
All right.
It's yeah.
So I wanted to talk about Jackson State women's basketball. They, of course, won today in a pretty dominant fashion against Bethune-Cookman. They won 64-47. And now they are still undefeated at home, and they are sitting at 6-1 for their overall SWAC record. Hey, I just feel like that coach is really building something. She really is.
Yeah, I do too. Yeah.
It was a slam dunk with Talia Dilworth.
Yeah, Dilworth looks good. I saw her today too. She looks good. Yeah.
She's a guaranteed bucket. And then she's able to draw fouls, which is something that's important. And then when she goes to the free throw line, she was 11-12 today for free throws.
Where's she from?
So Talia Dilworth is a transfer from Kentucky State. She's originally from St. Louis, Missouri. She's 5'8", and she's a senior.
Oh, she's tough. Yeah, I watched her today. She's tough.
I just like how she controls that offense.
Yeah, it's tough.
So she led today with 19 points. Zoe Cooper, she had 13 points today.
Right.
She was 1 for 1 from the 3-point line. They of course, and then we had Diaka Beretti with 10 points today. I feel like the coach didn't play. It still says bench points 20 points. Our bench is gonna put up whenever our bench puts up 20 plus points, we win by 10 or more. We just have to limit the turnovers. We had points in the paint, 28 points, second chance points, 6 points. I felt like we were getting out rebounded a little bit offensively. There was never a time where the lead changed. So we were scored 3 times and then Jackson State led the rest of the way. but we did have 21 turnovers. And so I think that that's
That's too
something that
many.
they'll
That's too many.
work
You
on
can't
is
beat
the
a good team like that. 21 turnovers, especially if y'all in the tournament. 21 turnovers will get you beat every time. That's too many. Good team don't have double figures turnover. That's too many. Got to cut down on that immediately.
So that's
That'll get them
really
beat.
the only thing that I see that they need to work on is the turnovers.
Oh, turnovers will
That's
get you beat.
probably the biggest thing that I see. Other than that, I didn't see Shalance Montoya play as much today. She only played for 4 minutes, and Montoya is one of the main rebounders for Jackson State under the basket in terms of defensive and offensive rebounds. So she didn't play today. She only played for 4 minutes, and then she was out for the remainder of the game. So, as they continue to mesh and meld well, they played a really good game versus FAMU, and they're still undefeated at home, 6-1 right now. They were in the chat talking mess because the SWAC scores for the women's side of things, it looks like some teams lost today that they weren't anticipating. So Alabama A&M lost to Texas Southern.
Texas Southern got a good program. I mean, Bam A&M. Your girl Dawn Thornton is doing a great job. Texas Southern has got a program. They got a program now. See, I remember when Cynthia Cooper and them was out there. They sure enough was really, man.
So,
yeah, they got a program. And really, that's what Texas Southern has been pushing more than anything is men and women's basketball.
Right.
Yeah.
So Grambling beat Valley 69-62. Alcorn beat FAMU in the women 75-72. That was a close game. Alabama State won 68-62. Southern, of course, coasted by 52-36 versus UAPB. Excuse me. So that was on the women's side. Now on the men's side, did you know that Alcorn lost to FAMU?
No, no, I didn't know that.
65-64 in Lorman, Mississippi.
Yeah, that's
they went in there and let them Rattlers beat them.
Oh yeah.
And then once again, Texas Southern on the men's side, 82-78 versus Alabama A&M.
Okay. Oh yeah. That's Johnny Jones.
Yeah, Grambling beat Valley. Prairie View lost to Alabama State 66-63. And then Southern whooped up on UABB 83-67.
Southern beat Pine Bluff.
Yeah. So
I can't wait to see them because I want to see, because everybody swears that they the class of the SWAC. I got to see them. And the one thing I said tonight about Jackson is that he put together a good roster. Yeah, he put together a real good roster at Jackson. That men's roster is solid. They just got to play up to it's got to go from potential to reality because they got a lot of players at Jackson State right now.
So Southern is comfortably in first.
I'm waiting to see them. I can't wait to see them. Everybody plays Monday night. When the men play again? Monday?
Yeah.
Who's Jackson playing Monday?
I want to put. I think we played Grambling. No, we played Grambling on Saturday. No, it's not that. It's not. I'll tell you in just a second.
Okay.
I'm just gonna do the standings and then I'll let you know who they play.
Okay.
So they should be playing FAMU though because we played FAMU on Thursday. So they should be. Braxton, you doing too much. It's time for you to go to bed. I don't even know what you're doing, but you need to go put your toys up and get in the bed. He over here wrecking stuff.
He a little boy. That's
when
what
I'm
little
not
boys
looking,
do.
he be cutting up.
That's what boys do.
So Southern is 6-0 in conference play. Texas Southern and Jackson State both have a 5-1 record, and then Alabama State, Bethune-Cookman are both 4-2. Florida A&M and Alcorn are 3-3, and then Prairie View is 3-4, and then both Pine Bluff and Valley are winless in the conference, and then Alabama A&M and Grambling are 2-4, and that's on the men's side. So
Right.
Southern is comfortably in first place. Let's go over to the women's side of things. It's really going to come on down to that Southern game versus Jackson State, if you really want to keep it a buck.
Man, I hope I can see that. That's going to be a biggie.
That's basically for... I didn't know the girls lost. Who did the Southern girls lose to? Southern girls lost to somebody. I need to look that up.
Southern girls lost?
Well, it says they're 5-1.
That's Coach Bunches. What's his name? Coach Bunches.
I didn't know they lost to.
Who did Southern girls lose to?
I don't know. I'm getting ready to go look it up.
Okay.
Do y'all know who they lost to? Did they lose to Texas Southern? They must have lost to Texas Southern.
I thought you said Texas Southern played Alabama A&M.
No, I'm saying they lost to Texas Southern earlier in the season.
Oh, okay. All right, yeah.
Yeah, they lost 55-51. So Texas Southern is in first place, 6-0. Jackson State is 6-1. Southern is 5-1. Alabama A&M is 4-2. Grambling
That's your
State
home girl.
4-3.
Thornton.
Yep.
Thornton.
Bethune-Cookman and Alabama State is 3-3. Florida A&M is 3-4. Alcorn State is 2-4. Prairie View is 2-5. Valley's 1-6, and then Arkansas Pine Bluff is 0-7. So I will say this: Jay White, he was over there saying that Alabama A&M, that this was their year. There's still a lot of basketball left to play, but right now,
there's a lot. Yeah,
comfortably
a lot of basketball.
Comfortably in the driver's seat, Mr. Ford.
Now, who'd you say is in the driver's seat?
Texas Southern on the women's side.
Oh, okay. But yeah, there's a lot of basketball to be played. Listen, you remember Sean Woods at Southern? Do you remember Sean?
Who is Sean Woods, Mr. Ford? I don't keep up with Southern.
He was a coach before they got this guy that they got now. But every year he would be doing really good in January, and then his team would fall in February. So that's why I'm saying it's a lot of basketball left now.
Right.
It's a lot of basketball left.
And luckily, Texas Southern has to come see us at home.
Oh, that's going to be a big game.
Yes.
That's going to be a biggie.
So the two games that are basically very important for us is going to be the Texas Southern game and the Southern game. Those two right there, those are, that's what we need.
Oh, yeah.
And I think that for Coach Richards and her team that she put together for them to be winning like this, their first year together, it speaks to her coaching, her recruiting, and those girls' grit and grind.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Because we're still undefeated at home as of right now.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, so FAMU is playing Jackson State. Let's go look at that schedule, that up and coming schedule. I just know I'm going to end up popping my son because he's doing too much. About ready to break something. Get over here, Braxton. I have peace and tranquility on the live, and then my son want to cut up. So it looks like Bethune-Cookman is going to be playing Alcorn on Monday.
Okay.
Texas Southern women's basketball team is going to be playing Alabama State on Monday. Prairie View is going to be playing Alabama A&M on Monday, the women's basketball team. Southern is going to be playing Valley. I wonder when do we play them? I'm really truly confused with their schedule, Mr. Ford. I ain't gonna lie. So the Jackson State versus Southern game is on January 30th, which is next Thursday.
Yeah.
That is a really big game. Probably one of the biggest games for us. So that Thursday game. So then that means that the men play Southern on Monday, on the following Monday.
Oh, yeah.
So we got to play those schools in Louisiana.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
So what do you think about the competition so far in the SWAC?
Oh, listen, I had called for an upgrade in competition a couple of years back, and I've gotten my wish, and I think it could get even better. Because, like I said, I'm gonna tell you again, if that guy Reggie Theus can get his hands on some of them big time rebounders, if he can get some, them 6'7", 6'8", 6'9s that could rebound and be shot blockers, y'all better watch Bethune-Cookman, because I'm telling you, that guy can coach, man. That guy can coach. Yeah, he looked like Smokey Robinson.
He was definitely giving us some fits.
That guy can coach, man. Because I'm telling y'all, as far as talent and team-wise, y'all should have beat them by 20, 25. Because he ain't got no front line. He ain't got no big falls. He ain't got no pivot, what we used to call a pivot center. He ain't got that.
I can't wait till the tournament.
Oh, that tournament gonna be nice, baby. That tournament's gonna be nice.
Yes, it's March 11th through the 14th.
Oh, that's gonna be nice. That's gonna be nice.
So I wanted to go ahead and give a shout out to Kendall Terrell. She is a former soccer star at Hattiesburg High and Jackson State. She signed with Santa Fe FC in Colombia to play professional soccer.
Okay.
So she will be playing. So congratulations to our Tiger, Kendall Terrell. That's just a public service announcement.
Oh, yeah.
And let me see what else I want to play. Oh, I'm going to give this out. Y'all don't go get my size, though. I want one so bad. So Public Figure has the 2024 SWAC National Champion jackets. They're on sale right now for $175. Don't take my size. I'm getting a medium. So make sure y'all cop that. It can be an early Christmas gift, an early birthday gift. And before we go on to talk about football, Mr. Ford, how much you got? 15 more minutes before you go to bed. Like to
I'm listening. I'm listening. I mean, if we talking football, the most important thing for me was this week was there was an interview done with the president of Prairie View. Listen.
Wait a second. What about Prairie View?
Somebody interviewed the president of Prairie View, and she was talking football. It's on YouTube. And she done sent out, listen, that lady done mandated that she wants a championship football program at Prairie View. Was that Prairie View A&M University?
She wants. I mean, you did say that they get the most in terms of funding.
Yeah, I'm trying to tell you, you got to go back and look at that interview. What you know the guy you've called his name before. He does that prayer view against everybody. What's his name?
Lionel Mosby.
Listen, he interviewed the president. It's on YouTube. I want you to watch it. That lady, I don't know how much football she knows, but she done sent out a mandate that she wants Prairie View to dominate in the classroom and on the athletic field, specifically the football field. Go back and watch the interview. I've watched it.
You know why? Because Jackson State makes winning look so magical.
Yeah. Well, anyway,
It looks
I'm just
so.
telling you now.
It
My
looks
thing
so.
is, like I told you before, no, they are not going to come in and take over and be able to compete against Jackson State right now. No. But they're going to take the West. They're going to take the West now. Y'all can forget that. They're going to do that. They're going to do that. See, the West, yeah, if y'all talking about Southern are going to be the dominant power in the West, no, they not. And they don't even have an offensive coordinator? Uh-uh.
Mm, 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 mm. So, before I continue talking about how great Jackson State is and how our football team is going to run it back,
Yeah.
I did want to make a public service announcement. The Jackson State National Alumni Association New Orleans Metro Chapter is taking up taking up donations to provide hot lunches for the Sonic Boom of the South following their performance at Crew of Zulu. And as Jerome stated, Crew of Zulu is one of the premier Mardi Gras type of parades. It's on March 4th in New Orleans, Louisiana. So you can click this particular link, or you could take a picture of the QR code and make a donation to feed the kiddos. It's going to be feeding for roughly, I want to say like 300 people that they're planning on feeding. If you love the boom, then feed the boom. There we go. If you love the boom, then feed the boom. Wait a minute. You was going to donate to my jacket? You can still do that. You can donate 10, 15, $20 to me and donate 10 to 15. Their stuff's not till March. Okay. You got a little ways to go. Okay. But if you love the boom, then feed the boom. Fred McNair will get the OC at Southern. Somebody said Fred McNair will get the offensive coordinator position at Southern. I don't know why you keep on trying to push out Coach Fredericks at why he.
Because I keep telling you, he's not an offensive coordinator. He's a running back coach and a recruiting coordinator. He's not a offensive coordinator.
That sounds like what you said for Dooley. You said Dooley is a good offensive coordinator, not a head coach. And then he went to Grambling and the offense.
It was
I don't know
terrible.
if it was the personnel or what.
Yeah, they had some issues. We had some issues. But let me say this. They're getting straightened out. But not Fred, I love Fred and everything, but I would like for him to go to that coaches conference. He knows about that. Pete Richardson taught him how to go to the coaches conference and interview some of them young coaches and bring them back to Southern.
You think you need some young blood?
Yeah. Now, if you're not going to do that, the offense coordinator needs to be Willie Todd. If you're gonna pick from your staff, it should be Todd.
I mean, they were 8-4 this year, Mr. Ford.
That's because the West is weak. I told you last week, the West is weaker than Sweetwater.
All right, Mr. Ford, we got some news for y'all.
Come on.
So we got some updates on the FBS schedule for Jackson State. The complete final schedule won't be released, of course, until the signing day, but they've dropped a couple of the games for Jackson State. And so I can, with certainty, tell you 3 games. Well, actually, I can technically I could tell you 4.
Okay.
Look at them; they already got it up here. They might as well put the Celebration Bowl on there too. Why they at it?
Oh yeah.
Go ahead and put that up there for our schedule. Go ahead and lock that on in. All right. So they went ahead and released Southern Miss's schedule today.
Oh.
So we have the Hampton Pirates on August 30th at the Veterans Memorial
It's a
Stadium.
big game. It's going to be a big game.
We have the Southern Miss Golden Eagles. That will be September 6th.
Okay.
The Southern Jaguars is on September 27th.
That's a biggie.
And then if you look at the schedule for 2025, I want to say we all know that Alcorn game is the week
Before Thanksgiving, right?
The week before. So it would be 1, 2, 3, 4. Thanksgiving is on the what? The 4th Thursday or the 5th? It's the 4th. So Alcorn would be November 22nd.
Yeah.
Because it's always the week before Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving, yeah. Yeah.
So that's November 22nd. That's a for sure.
Oh yeah.
I may have to pull up on that Southern game. It's in Mumford Stadium, Baton Rouge.
Oh yeah. Hopefully it's a night game.
Somebody in the chat said what goes on in Vegas stays in Vegas. Can we get some allegedlys in there, please? Can we get some allegedlys? Y'all be dropping tea in the chat. I didn't say nothing. Y'all say allegedly, please. So that's 4 games. Well, 5 games, 6 games. Because that means that it's going to be a situation like last time. You know that, right, Mr. Ford?
Okay, Tim, what was the situation last time?
Where the Celebration Bowl is going to be the week after the SWAC championship. You don't have no time to prepare.
That's in stone now. Because they started that. That's in stone. Because they started that.
Basically, going to be December 13th.
And I told you this before. I thought that moving that Celebration Bowl up a week worked to our advantage. I thought it was a good thing.
It was a good thing because Jackson State had the right personnel.
Yeah, I thought it was a good thing. I thought it was a good thing. I really enjoyed it. But I felt that way from the time they announced that. Instead of having the 2-week break or whatever, they would play the week after. Oh, I thought it was a good thing.
Worked. Once again, Mr. Ford, you saw it work, but you saw it work with Jackson State, with their coaching staff, with the team that we had. And I really think that folks are saying that it was an advantage because Jackson State whooped up on South Carolina State so well. I don't think we're having that same conversation with other teams, though.
Well, it's like you said. I mean, Jackson gonna run it back, right?
Oh, we're definitely gonna run it back. But to our credit, in terms of our personnel, the student athletes that were injured early in the game that were out, they were out. So everybody that played, basically, we had a time to mesh together. We had time to second and third string wide receivers who then became wide receiver 1 and 2. You had Jonas Fertillion, Isaiah Spencer.
Oh,
A lot of our team players that were really big for us in the mid to ending of the season, they'd worked well together, and we didn't have any major injuries from that group of student athletes. So I think that where you don't have any type of break, I think it works well in Jackson State's situation. Not everybody.
Well, that Fertillion and that Spencer, them boys gonna get ready to go to the league. Them some ball players right there, man. Them big time boys. Especially that darn gone Fertillion, man. That dude's big time, man. He big time. And that Spencer, they big time athletes, man. They gonna show they behind next year. Man.
And of course, we have the signing day.
Yeah, that's what I'm waiting on.
I think I need to be doing one more part 3 in between the actual signing day so that I can have all these folks out of the way and just put them all together.
Yeah, that's gonna be, man. That's signing. Signing day. That's the black colleges really get into the second signing day. I mean, we have some schools, HBCUs, that sign people in December. But the
Our
one
team
that's
is
really
pretty
big
much
from
set. You're not going to
but
have any you might have some kids that actually sign on the dotted line, but for the most part, all of our kids have already committed. I've done a show already.
The HBCUs, that's the big signing day for them. It's going to be February the 5th. That's when you'll see what all the black schools have been doing.
Right. And that's probably because a lot of them, well, we do have a lot of them that they're just now getting their coaching together. So
and the December signing is for the big boys. That's usually for the FBS.
That's for Jackson State too.
Jackson State. Yeah, you're right. But I'm just saying, for the majority of the black HBCUs, their big signing day is February 5th.
You know they're getting ready to do away with the whole signing day stuff, right?
What's the new one now? Are they going to get rid of both of the dates or one?
I want to say the early signing day. They're getting rid of it.
That's the one in December.
Let me see. It's not getting rid of National Signing Day. It's eliminating the national letter of intent. Instead, athletes will sign financial aid agreements with their chosen schools.
Oh, okay.
They're not getting rid of signing day. They're just getting rid of that national letter of intent.
Right.
So, most of the times, like whenever they actually post that a student is committed, it's because they've signed that national letter of intent and they faxed it back to the school. Schools are not allowed to post athletes until they have all of that paperwork.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Emmett Jones says TC did a great job of keeping a lot of non-starters from hitting the portal. I mean, y'all did win a championship.
Yeah, you did. You did. And you had a parade.
What did you think about the parade, Mr. Ford?
Oh, listen, kudos to you. You did a great job. I watched your stuff. I came home and I just I turned it on, watch you.
So
you did a great job.
Did you think that other schools will follow? Because Greensboro won, how many they win for?
Celebration Bowl, they won. They beat Alcorn 3 times. They beat Grambling 1 time. They won 4.
And they've never had a parade in Greensboro. They've had like the declaration or, acknowledgement at the city hall, but they've never had a parade.
Well, listen, they ain't going to have nothing long as they're in that CAA but an ass whooping. That's all they football team going to have is an ass whooping, belt to ass. Y'all hear that, A&T? Your alums, your fans, you Aggies, get your ass out that CAA. Go back to the MEAC. And then you can meet up and you can come and fight for the Celebration Bowl again. You couldn't handle success. Dr. Martin, what's his name? Chancellor Martin, and what's that other, the AD's name? He helped destroy that program too. Now, anybody else, they'd have been asking for his job, but you let him stay. What's his name? Earl Hilton. He helped destroy your program. And then you're going to blame it on Vincent Brown. You ought to be shaming yourself. You ought to be shaming. What Dave said, we're going to be competitive. We're going to be competitive. You done won 2 games in 2 years and you damn competitive, right? You can't even, you barely could beat Winston-Salem. Okay? North Carolina Central pimp slapped your ass. And then Shennis Berry and them did the same thing. But you're going to be competitive. Okay? Take your ass back to the MEAC.
Oh, they're saying Mr. Haynes said that South Carolina State did have a parade when they won.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Ford, North Carolina A&T be triggering you.
Because they didn't do right. They know better than that. They know they didn't do right. And then you're going to fire Sam Washington. And then as soon as this man, Vincent Brown, get there, you claim like, you put he was in a good situation. Man, go on somewhere.
Listen, they got it together. Let me read you some of these coaches. Do you want to hear about the coaches?
Yeah.
For North Carolina A&T football?
Yeah.
All right. Let me see now. Aggie Pride.
Target Nation, are you talking about like a glass of tea? I don't drink alcohol.
No, they're telling me to sip.
Oh, okay.
All right, let me see if I can. Okay, so Austin Hooker went back to North Carolina A&T.
Yeah, now, I told you, I remember his dad. I saw his dad play.
All right. Let's look at their coaches and see, because they actually done stole a couple of coaches from some other teams. Not stole, but you know.
Yeah, you talking about Sean Gibbs' staff.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they done put together a staff. But they still need to go back to the MEAC.
All right.
They are in a ditch being in the CAA. They in a ditch. And nobody's going to deal with them. These kids, listen, my niece graduated from North Carolina A&T a year ago. She's now teaching up in Baltimore. She told me that when they announced that North Carolina A&T was leaving the MEAC and going to the CAA, she said they told the band and the members of the band, they cried. I mean, real tears. They cried. Yeah, they cried.
So, Coach Sean Gibbs names Greg McGee his offensive coordinator.
He was super, man. I saw him play. He was awesome. He's a Howard graduate.
Okay, look at Howard. Dang, Howard, you gonna let them steal your offensive?
Listen.
Howard.
And let me say this about him. You remember the guy y'all had at? He was down there with Prime, with Coach Prime. His name was Flea Harrell. Flea had Greg McGee as his quarterback. Flea did nothing for that kid, and Howard University did nothing for that kid. They wouldn't go out and get in players to play, but that boy could play. Mr. Moore, I wish you could have seen him play. He could play. All
right. So Denzel Jones is the defensive coordinator.
I know him. I saw him play. So I saw him down in Fort Valley.
Okay. He played, so he's an A&T graduate, Mr. Ford. Denzel Jones.
Yeah.
So Gibbs will bring several coaches from previous A&T staffs. So basically, they want the A&T of old, right? So they're bringing in.
Somebody said Flea was at the JSU game tonight. He trying to steal players. That's what he's trying to do. He's trying to steal players.
Wait a minute. What? Who
See
said
right there?
that?
Miss Sarah Foote said Flea was at the JSU game tonight. I'm telling you what he's trying to do. He's trying to steal players. That's coming straight from Coach Slime. That's what he's
Wait
going to keep doing, is trying to steal players from Jackson.
Ain't
Yeah, I saw
didn't
Neely.
see
I saw Neely when I was watching the game. He was sitting down on the floor. I saw Neely.
what?
Yeah, I saw Neely.
What they doing over there is
Trying to
absolutely
steal players. I'm telling you.
there is
That's
no
what Coach Slime
reason.
does.
There is no reason whatsoever. And I mean that wholeheartedly. What are they in? The Big 10?
They're in
Big-
the Big
Big
12.
Okay.
Yeah.
When you're in the Big 12, you need to be trying to poach other Big 12 players. You need to be trying to poach there's no reason for you to come to Jackson State to poach players. There's no reason. What are you doing?
That's what they down there trying to steal players. And that's coming from Coach Slime. That's what he's going to do. Because he don't want to recruit no high school players. He want to
got
steal
a quarterback. Their quarterback, the 5-star quarterback that they have is a freshman.
Yeah, that's a kid from Georgia. That's a kid was from Carrollton.
They don't even got no quarterback. I'm not saying they don't have a quarterback, but when we talk about being in the Big 12, most freshman quarterbacks don't start.
Wait a minute. Wait, hold on. Okay, Beaver said Flea is no longer on the staff at Colorado. Are you sure, or is that allegedly?
Who are these people? Y'all got some tea up in the chat. Y'all put allegedly, please. Ooh, what? Allegedly, the Mountain said they can't bring any more DEI players. They want players that look like the snow. That's what I heard. Ooh, they said that he's not there no more, Mr. Ford.
Oh, okay. Well, like you said, we
It
got to see that.
It says most of the assistant coaches are gone. I mean, listen, I don't know what to say other than there's a reason why a lot of the coaches went and got other jobs elsewhere. I didn't think that Prime was going to stay another year, honestly. He probably is probably
I figured he was going to follow Sadula.
He's probably trying to figure out another way out. Dallas Cowboys didn't pan out for him.
They didn't want him.
Maybe Coach Flea is going to get on TC staff.
I doubt it. TC likes young guys. He told you that. He likes young coaches. Yeah, I know Dancy went to Mississippi State. Yeah, I knew that.
You said TC likes young guys.
He's like young coaches, like the guy.
Well, I mean, listen, TC's only been a head coach for 2 years. He got a hell of a coaching tree.
Yeah, he does. But I know he likes. He said he liked them guys like Javancy Jones and them. He liked young guys.
Yeah, we have an opening as well on our team. So I don't,
where
our defensive line coach.
Where's Kelly? Where did he go?
Western Kentucky University.
Oh, when did he leave? When did he get that job?
Allegedly.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. He's the one from Tuskegee, right?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Allegedly. Yeah. So Western Kentucky is set to hire Jackson State Callie James as defensive tackles coach.
Okay.
He was an assistant defensive line coach. I could have sworn it said grad assistant coach at Florida in 2023.
Yeah, he was.
They're over here saying an assistant. Helped coach Jackson ranked 13th in the FCS in run defense this year and 18th in sacks.
Okay. Well, he'll find somebody quality to replace him.
Oh, I have no doubt about that.
Yeah.
Yes, he did go to Tuskegee. Callie James did go to Tuskegee.
Yeah, I think he played for Willie
He was the
Slater,
one
didn't he?
didn't you say that he was on a team that beat us that one year?
Yeah, and they beat FAMU the year before they beat y'all.
You didn't have to point it out, but I just reminded you that you did say that.
Yeah. I think he played for Willie Slater.
Yeah.
He's from Atlanta. He's from the Atlanta area. He said Callie James played for Rick Commongees. Okay. I thought he was younger than that.
So let me go back to these A&T coaches.
Yeah.
So these are the previous coaches that he's bringing in. Offensive line coach Ron Mattis.
Yeah, I remember him.
Wide receivers coach Nate Poole. Running backs coach Keith Henry.
Yeah.
Outside linebackers coach Terry Lance. Tight ends coach Stephen Burnett. And assistant linebackers coach Alex Purviance. Defensive backs coach Tony McRae. That's from North Carolina Central.
He was a star. I saw him play. He was a star. He was a star. Tony McRae was a star. I saw him at A&T. He played in the Celebration Bowl. He went pro. He played in the league.
Derek Holt is the director of football operations.
Yeah, he's got a good staff. That's good staff. He brought a lot of people back home.
Mm-hmm.
They have familiarity with A&T. All they got to do now is get out of that damn CAA. That's all they got to do. Get out of that CAA. Because if you don't, you're going to end up firing Gibbs too. You're going to fire him too, and then you'll blame it on him.
Well, at some point, it's not the coaches, They in
the wrong conference. That's the problem. They're in the wrong conference. They in a deep ditch.
I didn't know Howard had a coaching vacancy. I know that there was some fans that was asking for a new offensive coordinator.
Okay, so what you said, Howard?
Yeah, some of their fans were asking.
What is Howard has? What do they have for coaching? Where? What is it?
In football, they want a new one.
No, I'm saying, what is it? Offense coordinator, defense coordinator,
offensive coordinator. They want a new offensive coordinator. Howard. Oh, I meant HBCU, not Howard. Oh, they said y'all need a new offensive coordinator. So Dr. Kanisha is basically asking, is there any other coaching vacancies? I think all of the rest of the coaching vacancies are at D2.
Oh, yeah.
Other than that, yeah.
Wait a minute. Didn't Dr. Kanisha call in one night?
Yes. You watched it?
I remember her. Yeah. She's the one from SWAC territory. But she went to Howard, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I remember. How you doing, Doc? I remember you. I remember the conversation we had.
Everybody in the MEAC and SWAC got head coaches.
Listen, I told you the other night, our guy, Michael Vick hit it out the park with that offensive coordinator hire he made. Did I tell you about that? I told you about that, right?
I just want to see it put all together, right? Because once again, Norfolk State and Delaware State are two. Well, I want to say, in terms of, there's only 6 teams, right? So it's been consecutively, it's really been Howard, South Carolina State, and North Carolina Central. And then, of course, the other 3 just been existing, hanging on by a thread. So I really want to see if Coach Vick can take over year 1, right? Because with his staff that he has.
Yeah, it's good. But you got to get players, baby. You got to go get some players. He's getting some players in, but we got listen. A lot of things got to go right. Listen, Chinnisberry and them ain't getting ready to lay down. That guy North Carolina Central. They ain't getting ready to lay down just because Michael Vick and Jackson in the MEAC now. Don't believe that. Now,
And
Michael Vick and Jackson them were outstanding NFL players, but they're now coaches. That's two different worlds. And I'm telling you, Trey and them ain't gonna lay down because Michael Vick is in the MEAC. Chennisberry and them ain't gonna lay down because Jackson is in the MEAC. It ain't gonna work like that now.
So
They got to get it. They got to get some things going. My thing with Chennisberry was he did a phenomenal job. You come in your first year and you win the MEAC. You go to the Celebration Bowl and you find out you're not big enough and you're not athletic enough. He's got to get bigger.
That was probably one of the biggest breakdowns offensively that you could see for how they railroaded the MEAC, right? They basically dominated, with the exception of North Carolina Central, they dominated the MEAC. And when the South Carolina State players came on the field with Jackson State, they looked like high schoolers.
D2, they look like D2 players.
Well, I'm wondering, is that going to be a problem for Prairie View? Because Prairie View did bring in a lot of the same D2 players that he had previously on his roster. The coach from Prairie View, he did the same thing in terms of bringing players. So are they going to be big enough?
Well, we're going to see. That's why I keep telling you, the first year, no, they will not be a problem for Jackson State. However, they will take over the West.
How? Southern not going to just lay down. They was 8-4.
Let me say it again, Mr. Mona. The West is weak. The best teams in the SWAC. Listen, the best teams in the SWAC are in the East. That's why I want them to get rid of them divisions. For the last, the last 4 or 5 years, whoever wins the FAMU Jackson State game wins the SWAC and represents the SWAC in the Celebration Bowl. Get rid of them divisions.
No, we're not getting rid of the divisions.
Yeah,
No.
get rid of them divisions. Yeah. Let's go like the ACC and the SEC.
Mr. Ford, who do you want to commentate or call the game for the basketball for the SWAC basketball tournament?
Whoa, let's see. Who would I like?
Y'all drop some names in the chat for who can commentate.
Yeah, give me some names. I gotta see.
Give them some names in the chat, y'all.
As long as it's not Tolly Carr and y'all homeboy, and I know y'all gonna be mad with me, but he did it tonight? Bishop, isn't his name Bishop? He's y'all's homeboy. He's from Jackson and he's a Kappa and all that. But please don't let him do no more commentating on no basketball game. And
good.
Listen, and the other one is Charlie Neal, definitely Charlie Neal, and let me see who else would go with Charlie Neal. Yeah, definitely I would. Man, Tolly Carr is awful. I heard Tolly Carr do a football game and a basketball game, and I was like, how much longer do I have to listen to this?
I liked Bishop. I thought he did good.
Stick to, doing
Rob
stuff.
J. No, you couldn't hear Rob J on the SWAC Digital Network. I like Rob J. Rob J be throwing shade.
No, I didn't hear. No, I know Charlie Neal would be one of them, and then we'd have to see who would be the color with him.
They said Chuck is not. They said you done got Chuck all the way messed up because Chuck is not a Kappa.
Oh, he's an Alpha? Oh, okay.
Don't be over here saying the wrong names for these folks.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh. Don't be mean to Tolly Kai.
Yeah, Tolly. Yeah. Tolly lives here. I think he lives in Atlanta. His wife used to work for WSB. That was our largest TV station, Channel 2. She worked for the news department.
Chuck said JSU men were throwing punches tonight like Sugar Ray Leonard. They weren't playing no games now. Chuck remains true JSU true, unlike that other dude.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Let Bishop call them games.
Yeah.
Rob J is the cap of Mr. Ford.
Oh, okay. Rob J's cap. Okay.
Okay, so I'm opening up the chat for anybody to come up the last 15 minutes of the show. Chatterbox is the best, deserves his flowers. I don't know who Chatterbox is. But anyway, Whitley says that they said Tolly really wants to do it for the SWAC. But you would be at the actual game, right? You're coming to the games, right?
I'll come to the game to keep from hearing him. Yeah, that's right. I'll come to the game to keep from hearing Tolly. I can't take Tolly doing college football or college basketball. I can't take it.
They said there's Chatterbox at Texas Southern. Who is Chatterbox? I don't know.
Yeah, I heard of Chatterbox. Yeah, I heard of him.
I don't know who that is. I like Charlie O'Neal. I like when he tells the stories.
I grew up on him. Mm-hmm. I've been listening to Charlie Neal, I know, 30, 35 years, maybe more.
But he's for HBCU Go.
Yeah, so that's right. I love him. I loved him. I thought that Jackson State game should have been the HBCU game day instead of that. They did Claflin and somebody.
You didn't watch that game? That game ended in it literally was a buzzer beater.
It was Claflin and who?
Fayetteville State, I thought.
That's right, Fayetteville State.
Fayetteville beat them on a buzzer beater. I saw the buzzer beater. That's all. It was nice. I didn't get to watch that game because I was watching Jackson State men and women.
Yeah, that's what I was doing. I watched a little bit of the women. I watched the men's game. I wanted to see that. So I watched that game.
They said you're not SWAC if you don't know Chatterbox, but it makes sense for JSU folk because when we put in belt to ass, y'all changed the channel. Ooh, the last time I was in a Texas Southern chat, folks was trying to boot us out and they wasn't even moderators. They were like, why are y'all all up in the chat? Why y'all all over here? We're coming here to watch the basketball game. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here. Chill out, God saw beginning and knows end. HBCU Go is not doing what I expected for SWAC basketball.
I love HBCU Go.
Yeah, I do too.
As long as Charlie Neal's on there, I'm gonna be a big fan of theirs.
I already did drop the link, Doc. The announcers were all being Bethune-Cookman biased. I thought that it was belt to ass for sure. The women were dominating in great fashion. They just got to work on their turnovers. The men, I was so confident that we were going to just win by 50 that, I was getting ready to do my graphics. And then all of a sudden, I don't know what happened. They were only down by 12 and then 10 and then 7 and then 5 and then 3 and then 2. I was like, whoa, what's going on? What's going on?
I told you, it's that front line.
Well, like you said, if that young man slims down a little bit more, I like the aggressiveness. I like the aggressiveness. I do like that.
Yeah, but I still say that they getting about 50% out of Mansell. Mansell could be much better than what he is.
So I am going to be doing some. Wait, hang on. I'm getting ready to do some interviews soon. So, who is the first coach that you guys want me to interview? Drop in the chat so I can request them for an interview on the channel, because usually I go to either a SWAC media day or a game and I try to get an interview. But I'm going to do an interview on my channel. So y'all drop some names in the chat and then I'll do a poll. Drop 4 names in the chat and then I'll do a poll. Hey, Doc.
You ain't have to call my whole YouTube government name like that.
What's up, man?
Hey, Mr. Ford, how you doing?
I thought about you today. I was watching Texas and Texas A&M. First half, Texas A&M was beat they behind, and I said, this is a mess right here. I left and went out to Lowe's. I come back and they tell me that Texas won the game.
Yeah, they won by 1.
Yeah, because the first half, they was getting they behind handed to them.
Look, y'all see my face. I've been up since probably about 8 this morning. Went to work for a little bit, worked on a truck, and then went over to Frisco and got my media pass for everything. For the
Which
Shrine
now?
Bowl. For the Shrine Bowl. For the
The Shrine Bowl used to be in Palo Alto. What was in Palo Alto back in the day?
Yeah, it was in Palo Alto.
Yeah, that's an old game too.
Mm-hmm.
I remember that when I was a little kid.
So, and it's hosted by the Shriners.
Yeah, that's right. I remember that from way back.
Yeah, which is if you really think about it, it's the highest division of Freemasonry. So
yeah,
it's right up my wheel alley.
We ain't talking about that.
No, that's what it is.
Oh, is it?
Yes. Yes, the Shrine. You didn't know that? The guys with the fez that ride around the little cars in the parades and stuff like that.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but we're all about community. That's what we all about.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember.
But no, it was good. I did get an interview. I only got one because my head was hurting all day.
Your blood pressure, Doc?
Nah, it was I probably slept wrong and pulled my hair while I was sleeping.
Oh, you probably ain't drinking enough water, Doc.
No. I drank a lot of water the whole time.
You're supposed to drink your water if your head hurt.
Nah, but I got an interview with Arkansas running back Jaquinda Jackson, who is from Duncanville. So I interviewing him. So that's going to be coming up. That's going to be coming up tomorrow. So I'm gonna put that on my page.
What happened with the kid that got kicked off of University of Washington's football team?
Jonte Cook.
Yeah. Now where is he gonna show? He's gonna show up in the SWAC?
I don't know.
Okay.
You talking about a kid that was a 5-star receiver from DeSoto High School.
Yeah.
Went to Texas. Reportedly got kicked out of Texas. That's the reason why he went to Washington. And then from what I heard, he got kicked out for the same reason.
Wait, what? Allegedly what?
So allegedly the kid, he got kicked out. He's a 5-star receiver from DeSoto. He committed to Texas. He was at Texas for a semester. They kicked him out. And I don't know why they kicked him out, but he ended up going into the transfer portal and ended up going to University of Washington. And from what I heard, he did the same thing again.
Yeah. But you know what, Doc? Listen, Doc, don't be surprised next year, the year after, that Arch Manning boy gonna lead Texas to the national championship.
I believe it.
Yeah, he gonna do it.
Still gonna be there?
Sark signed a 7-year deal. He signed an extension.
They made it seem like he was going to the Cowboys.
No,
I thought he would have been a good choice for him. I thought he would have been a good choice.
What do you guys, a little bit off the subject, but still about sports, what do you guys think about the offensive coordinator being elevated to head coaching at the Cowboys?
You see my face? You see my face.
Yeah, Jerry Jones got to have somebody he can control. You
It's
know,
right there.
you can't do no thinking. He got to do all the thinking.
Yeah,
Because Schottenheimer got the job, right?
yeah.
I
Brian
see it.
Schottenheimer got the
He
job.
used to be at the University of Georgia, and he wasn't nothing up there. He was at UGA. He was the offensive coordinator, I think, was it Kirby? Wasn't he Kirby's offensive coordinator?
I don't
Kirby
remember.
Smart.
Yeah. And he didn't do nothing. His daddy was big time years ago. I think his dad is deceased now.
Yeah. Marty passed away.
Marty, that's right. Marty been with everybody. But that boy, that ain't no big time high for no Dallas Cowboy.
But you know what though? Marty didn't take no shit either.
No, Marty was something else, man. I remember Marty was Cleveland Browns. Who else?
Kansas City.
Yeah, Kansas City. I remember Water Glass.
And San Diego.
Yeah, I remember
When
Marty.
When he was in San Diego, he got railroaded out of San Diego.
Yeah, I remember him.
That year? Yeah, remember they went 14-2 with LT and Drew Brees before he hurt his shoulder.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
He went 14-2, went to a conference championship game. They lost it to, was it New England, right? Was it New England?
I think so, Doc.
I think it was New England.
Yeah, I think it was.
And then the owner fired him in the offseason.
Yeah, was it Gene Klein? Who was on the Chargers at that time? Gene Klein?
No, Spanos owned the Chargers.
Spanos, okay, the Spanos family. Yeah, okay. Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah.
Didn't Marty get Alzheimer's?
He did.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
He did.
Because he was a player in the AFL. Wasn't he a player?
I think so. He was a player, and he worked his way up.
Yeah.
Like I said, his two biggest. He everywhere he went, he won, but he couldn't get past the conference championship game, and he always get fired because he couldn't get past that championship game. Like when he was in Cleveland.
Hey, Doc, did you hear the interview that the president of Prairie View did with that guy? He interviewed the president.
Mosby.
Yeah. Did you hear the interview yet?
No, I haven't heard it.
Oh, you got to hear this, man. Like I told Miss Mona, now I don't know how much football she knows, but she put it out there. She want Prairie View to be a champion on that football field.
They see how Jackson State, I'm telling you, folks see how Jackson State ran through the SWAC, dominated the Celebration Bowl, dominated the SWAC championship in year 2 after losing 80 players in 2 years and losing a lot of their staff and having to bring in brand new staff for the second year.
But then again, you talking about Tamika LeGrand that's at Prairie View in the state of
That's
Texas.
her.
She know what football is all about.
Yeah, you should hear that interview. Wait till you hear that interview.
I need to.
You wait till you hear that. She did the interview. I think it was last week, or maybe I don't know if it was recorded after the hiring of Coach Jackson. You wait to listen. That lady done gave them the orders. She want a championship team.
Sure, she ain't playing.
She done gave them the orders now.
She ain't playing.
She ain't playing. I'm serious.
How much
now,
did we
like I told you, Prairie View ain't gonna jump in Jackson's face. They can't handle Jackson now. But they're gonna take the West. They're gonna take the West. Y'all can get ready. They're gonna take the West. Now.
I think I got Southern. I have to have Southern with the edge.
I can't.
Let me Mr. Mona, let me say this to you. Them people in Baton Rouge ain't even convinced about Southern. They not even convinced. They know. I told you. I keep telling you, them people in Southern are not no dumb people when it comes to football. They know Terrence made a mistake putting that boy at offensive coordinator. They know that. Okay, you'll see. You just wait. Y'all think I done told y'all, Southern fans, Jackson fans, Florida A&M fans, A&T fans, they not dumb people. They know football.
Did you just forget about Grambling? This is
I'm sorry,
Coach
Grambling.
Mickey
Yeah,
Joseph
Grambling. Them people ain't dumb.
here.
They know the game.
So what's Coach Mickey Joseph gonna do? Because you told us we better look out. It's gonna be
Listen,
the year of
baby.
the Tiger
Listen.
soon.
You got to put. He got to put. He getting it in there.
How many
He gonna get it.
years did he get? Y'all only gave Hugh Jackson 2, and he's the offensive coordinator
And
of Georgia State this year.
good. I'm glad he gone. Good. Anytime you throw away 2 Bayou classes like he did, I knew he wasn't gonna stay at no Grambling. They weren't gonna let him stay up. They're paying that dude over $400,000 a year, and then you throw away 2 Bayou classics. No, they're not gonna let you stay there.
So Jackson State is going to be playing Southern Miss USM in Hattiesburg, Mississippi. And interesting enough, it was revealed that Southern Miss game, which we call them money games, right? But to me, I wouldn't say this is a money game because we make way more money than that. Way more money than that. So I just wanted your thoughts on this. Let me pull it up. So Southern Miss will host Jackson State at M.M. Roberts Stadium in Hattiesburg, Mississippi on Saturday, September 6, 2025. The Eagles will pay the Tigers $375,000 guaranteed for playing the game, according to the copy of the contract. And I said, I know this game was scheduled years in advance, but 28,000 people in the stadium, and it looks empty as hell, and tickets are only $35. That's still $980,000, not including parking or concessions. I would have bought out this game and tried to make a Tennessee State versus Jackson State happen, or I would have got a different game. I'm sorry.
That's what I said.
$375,000 is poverty wages, and you can make that at a home game. Folks be like, the stadium looks empty. The stadium, we don't care. Our half empty stadium is more than your stadium at capacity. Okay?
Yeah, but you know the reason why.
We're not even in the same bracket when it comes to attendance and stadium games. Everybody's like, but it was your stadium's half empty, and we're still clearing in attendance in all of FCS.
But you know the reason why this USM game was on here, right?
Was this a Dion game?
Yep.
So is this the last Dion game that we got? Because I'm tired. And I don't believe that Dion would have negotiated this for $375,000. I think this was I don't
know. You remember he's a coon now. Don't forget
no,
that.
He might be a coon. He might be a coon, but he's not accepting no game for no $375,000. He's not. We pulled out of the Tennessee State game because of a contract where you're paying $375,000, and that's a black game with history.
Well, it's really not. Dion don't schedule the game. He didn't even schedule this game. It was the AD that scheduled the game.
So you saying AD Robinson? That's who that's who I need to be interviewing.
There you go. That's right. And then the commissioner after that.
The commissioner is more than likely not going to come on my platform for quite some time.
I don't know. I think if you asking me, Will.
Unless it's maybe like a different type of setup, maybe. But yeah.
No, you're doing just like you did the other. No, you do him like you did the other night. You do your portion with the commissioner. You do your 35 minutes with him, and then you open it up to the floor, and they send it in, the questions in. If you don't, you don't like the question, throw that out and go to the next one.
But Hattiesburg is an hour and a half, right? It's only an hour and a half.
Yes, hour and a half.
Yeah.
That's not nothing. That's right down the way. Jackson State gonna take over their stadium. That's gonna be Jackson State South.
That'll be easily. That's why they got the game, so you can make money for them.
That's why they hurry up and fired that coach and hired the coach that they hired, because they didn't want to get embarrassed by Jackson State. Because I promise you, if they had the same coach and the same type of setup as they did this past season,
Will Hall was terrible.
we'll whoop their
He
ass.
just got a job somewhere, didn't he?
He did got a job somewhere, but he was terrible. He was terrible at Southern Miss.
Well, where did he come there from? Is he the one that came from West Georgia?
I think so.
Yeah, because he was a young guy.
Yeah, I feel like this is going to be one of those walk in your trap, take over your trap. But I will say this. Even if we had 28,000 people in the stadium and tickets were only $35, that's $980,000, not including parking or concessions. I liked what the city council did for Jackson State in terms of the SWAC championship, where they gave them a certain amount of money to cover some of the cost associated with the SWAC championship game. I am hoping that possibly maybe they could do that for give us some money for the season. The same way they gave us for the SWAC championship, maybe give us 100,000 or 200,000, basically to cover those out-of-pocket costs for security, for painting the field, provide. I forgot what other types of expenses that we have at the stadium, but I'm thinking security is one of the main ones. Security, staff, and then the painting of the field and stuff like that.
You got to reside that field too.
Right. So I'm thinking that those are some of the things that are out-of-pocket expenses. But I'm telling you, like, folks be like, oh, there wasn't nobody at the stadium. I promise you that 26,000 is more than any HBCU home game, any HBCU home game, and a lot of other FCS teams and a couple of FBS teams. 28,000 is killing it in terms of attendance for a lot of FBS games. And so we accepted the game. Of course, we're going to play it. Me personally, I would have loved to have bought this game out, just because of what they did in terms of hiring that Marshall head coach. They're trying to stack the game against us because they knew they was going to get their ass whooped if they didn't do something different. But
it's terrible.
Folks in the chat said this game is going to be the most attended for the season.
For them, yeah.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. They need your money.
Yeah, unless Charles Huff build a window down there in Hattiesburg, like it was when Jeff Bauer was the head coach. You ain't gonna, would be your biggest game.
Yeah, he's gonna do well, man. I don't think that's gonna be the last place he coaches. He's a rising star, man. That Huff guy, he's a rising star.
Okay, so for the 2024 FCS regular season attendance, Jackson State drawing 27,213 fans per home game. That's the average. And the next one leading up to that is Montana State with 25,845. And we did have some home games scheduled that, you know, the other team didn't travel. So FAMU didn't travel. Southern did. I was surprised that Southern didn't travel like they normally do, but Southern didn't travel.
Them people down there ain't fooled about that staff at Southern. I done told you that.
Southern still was seventh all around for
them people. They see. Listen. Until he makes that move at offense coordinator and gets a really good offense coordinator, because I told you, them Southern fans know football. That Southern's football has a legacy that goes way back, and they have a legacy that goes way back with championship football. And they know that Terrence didn't do that right. They know that. They know that. Don't let nobody fool you.
So you say
they know he didn't do that right. Huh?
Yeah, Montana State and no, let me see. Let's look. So Jackson State still leading, and then I'm just going to tell you right now. I'm here to tell you right now. Some of those games we had as much as I want to say peaked at almost 40,000.
What was your biggest game in Jackson last year?
Probably homecoming.
Homecoming.
And what was the numbers?
Let me get it. Cause that it don't matter who we have there, we gonna definitely that's definitely gonna be a sellout.
Which one?
Our homecoming. We're gonna have let me see. Okay, so Southern, we had 32,027.
Hey, I also know if if y'all did it right, I keep y'all out my mouth.
We
You
had
ain't doing it right.
Wait a minute, 28,450 at Florida versus Florida A&M. 34,932 versus Arkansas Pine Bluff. Then we had Valley come. Valley was really what did it. Valley, we only had 13,954.
What about Lane? Because we did play Lane at home.
Lane, we had 26,700.
That's not bad. That was WC Gordon class too.
And homecoming definitely was 40,000. Argue with your mammy.
Oh, okay. All right. Listen, man. Listen. I like Terrence, but Terrence, they gonna make Terrence do right though. You just watch and see. I see that's his boy. He did that homeboy thing.
But if I look at
if Southern's fans was with that program, anytime Southern come to Jackson, that's 50,000. That's how Southern travel. Them people ain't convinced. They not convinced about that program. I done told y'all that dude, the AD at Southern, he tore that football program up and he can't fix it back.
Roman Banks.
What's his name, Doc?
We don't know his name, Mr. Ford.
Roman Banks. That's him. He tore that football program, and see, he's not an architect like Ashley Robinson. He's not an architect. He's not an architect.
Yeah, he ain't even he not even the AD Bryant from.
Yeah, I'm saying he ain't. He tore that football program up, and he can't fix it back.
Well, there's going to be some a resurgence of attendance, and the campaign to get folks to buy in. For me, which I would like to have your thoughts and your thoughts on the stadium issue. Clarion Ledger just released a article that focused on some renovations for one of the Power 5 stadiums. And so I wanted us to do the same thing. I wanted us to basically renovate our stadium because we're not going to get the money that we think that we should get to build a new stadium. And we were quoted for $40 million by the Mississippi legislature for a athletic complex, and it was talking about a stadium. And I was confused as to how we would afford a brand new stadium with $40 million. But Mississippi State, basically, they are planning on doing renovations, unveils a 10-year facilities plan, including renovations to Davis Wade Stadium. And I'm excited to look and see what they're doing and maybe try to mimic what they're doing.
So what they're doing with Davis Wade is basically enclosing the other side of the stadium because Davis Wade it's one of the oldest stadiums in pretty much one of the oldest stadiums in the country, one of the oldest stadiums in the SEC. Because it only used to be two sides. That's how it was. But they pretty much get your money, television deals and stuff like that. Basically, they had renovation plans like every 7 to 8 years or something like that. So what they did was they enclosed one end of Davis Wade, and then they enclosed it. It's a athletic center, and they put seats around the athletic center. It's kind of like what SMU did this past year. Put seats. They enclosed their the open end, put an athletic center, and then put seats out, with the athletic center. But so they want to be, they basically want to be able to have at least 60, probably like 60,000 in the stadium. In other words, they want to outdo Ole Miss. That's their, to me, really that's their goal. Outdo Ole Miss. Anything Ole Miss do, they want to outdo them. You know what I'm saying? They want to one up them.
Well, it said that in October of 2024, Mississippi State football was approved for a $3 million renovation to Davis Wade Stadium. So here's my thing. What will be renovated? Interior finishes, new millwork, doors, seating, and lighting, aesthetic improvements, enhancements to the suites. Who is responsible for the design? The renovation will be funded by the MSU Athletics Internal Fund. So here's my thing. Like, I feel like Jackson State or whoever, not just Jackson State, but the representatives are asking for way too much money. Like, stop asking for 40 million, ask for 10 million every year or 7 million and just do renovations in stages. Like, don't ask for $40 million, which you're not going to get. That there's no way you're going to get it. Ask for something that's more feasible, not something that's, that they're not going to approve it. They're going to give you the same little tired line, which is, we're going to use that for the hospital. I haven't been on at Jackson State as a student since 2010, and they were talking about renovations then. So for me, I think it's important that we rework it. I know that we did come out with a building fund, that, they're going to start a building fund. For me, I feel like another thing that we can do is probably mimic the way that Alabama State built their stadium, which is they were able to fund their stadium on Wall Street. They basically utilized funding from Wall Street to build that stadium that they have. Because 40 million, why are you guys asking for 40 million? Them folks are not going to give us no $40 million. It's not happening.
Never know.
Who never knows?
I'm just saying.
That's like, well, they haven't done it for the past 20 years, so why would they do it now? See, what's going to end up happening is, and that's the thing, like Brianna's pointing out structural issues. This is the thing. We open up a bill for $40 million when you have structural issues that you need to pay $10 million to get it fixed before it goes beyond the point of repair, which I feel like that is probably the state of Mississippi's calling card is we're just going to keep declining the 40 million. We have structural issues that need to be taken care of now. Maintenance that needs to be done now that's been foregone.
Well,
and then you're going to get a situation where they're going to condemn our stadium.
Well, at the end of the day, you still, yes, we still got structural issues Where if you're saying you're paying $10 million, $10 million is really it's not going to fix everything. So then you're going to go back and ask for another 10 million, and
Right.
that covers up. So that's so in a sense, you fix that. You fix the lighting. You know what I'm saying? Let's replace the lighting. You
Lighting, you just said we had structural issues.
Well, the lighting is a structural issue too, because you got one whole light post that's where the cover, where they covered the seats at, that does not work. So that's the reason why at one point in time they did not have a lot of night games, because that lighting was not fixed.
I'm gonna be honest with you, with the way this country is getting ready to go.
Chaos and confusion, baby.
Mr. Ford, I don't even know if we're gonna have money for regular things that we have going on. So at the same time, you do want to keep your moneymaker, which is football. So you want to definitely make sure that your stadium's not condemned. But I just feel like IHL is not getting ready to give us.
I think the brother B. Jordan just hit renovate the vet and make it better. That's it to me. Renovate the vet.
Yeah, I mean,
ain't no more federal funding. You know how they give out federal funding for historical buildings, and we wouldn't be getting that.
No, we would not be getting that.
Do you not see the president shutting down DEI and everything else? He's telling the CDC don't send out no information until February 1st. He's telling everybody, if you are a part of a DEI department, that you're fired. Like, things are getting ready to get real rough in terms of federal funding. He's actually wanting for the states to take over.
Yeah, that's what it's a state. That's what it's about.
Yeah, he wants to states to take care of himself.
Yeah.
UMMC wants the vet property. They don't want to pay us $120 million for a new stadium. And I wish folks would stop saying UMMC wants the vet property, because they pay pennies on the dollar for parking. So they really don't want the vet property. Not really. They're not going to pay you what it's worth.
Well, like I said the last time, the state of Mississippi should have never gave us the lease to the stadium in the first place if they don't want us to be over there. That's on them.
Hey,
and guess who was the governor at that time when that happened? Haley Barbour.
Not Haley.
I thought they said Haley Barbour was one of the nicer governors in terms of dealing with black folks.
He wanted to run for president. Y'all don't remember that?
Yeah, Haley Barbour. Kurt Fordyce was a. But he was the governor at the time. They're
not gonna pay it. They said that Jackson should get a casino, which whoever's in Vicksburg will definitely cut that off. The city of Jackson, Mississippi, built a casino and used the revenue from the casino to build the Walter Payton Stadium. They're not gonna. Vicksburg would like to have a word.
Well, you got another casino that's about 45 minutes northeast in Philadelphia, and that's on Choctaw land right there.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is Choctaw and Vicksburg would shut that down. There's no way they would allow for a casino. One thing that you guys don't know about, well, you probably do know it, is that Jackson, Mississippi doesn't have. Do we have a grocery store in the city of Jackson? I want to say that a lot of the it's like political and also the private businesses and the small businesses, and also like the larger businesses like Walmart and stuff, they purposely keep grocery stores and developments out of the city of Jackson because they want for that revenue to come to them.
Yeah,
it's like the Walmart off Highway 80. It's like literally right down the way, but it's not right there. And then the other Walmart there's one off Highway 80. And where's the other Walmart at? Ain't it in Ridgeland?
yes, it's one in not Rid. Yeah, in Ridgeland. It's one in Ridgeland. One off of Highway 80.
But when you say off Highway 80, it's like Clinton, or it's not actually in the city of Jackson.
It's not in the city of Jackson, but it's in the county. It's in Hines County. They said one is in Byram. So when you talk about grocery stores, you got like McBain's, Val's, Food Depot,
in
Kroger,
the city of Jackson.
In the city of Jackson.
Where's that at? We need to have a grocery store right there off of Lynch Street. And what's that? Let me see what that road is. Right there in that little section off Lynch and let me see what street that is. No, not Highland Drive. Where is it? What's that street off that connects that there's a wing stop right there? Do you know what I'm talking about?
On what where is it at?
It's you drive up Lynch Street and then you make a left and the wing stop is right there. You pass that little liquor store that sells the Mad Dog.
It's been so long since I drove Lynch Street.
I'm trying to figure out what street that is. It's a main street. Okay, there's Valley Street Fish House. That ain't changed.
Are you talking about Prentice?
Prentice? No, I'm not. Because it's the opposite direction.
Ellis.
Valley.
Ellis.
Yes, Ellis. We need to have a grocery store right there. Why does it say Bobby Rush Boulevard? Did they rename Ellis Avenue? Yeah, anyway, the wing stop is on Bobby Rush Boulevard, which I don't even know what Bobby Rush Boulevard is. It was called something else. But anyway, we need a grocery store right across the street in that little division right there. Ellis Avenue. Yes, there's I forgot what used to be over there. It used to be probably like a hair store or a pawn shop or something that was, Mr. Ford, they're always like putting a liquor store on every corner in the Black community, and what else? Pawn shops and payday loans. They got rid of Ellis Avenue. Who is Bobby Rush?
Y'all know who Bobby Rush is?
Mr. Ford, who is Bobby Rush? He's a former United States representative. Which one is it? Is it the American blues musician, or which one did they name it after? The blues musician?
It had to be, yeah.
Okay, so Bobby Rush is an American blues musician, composer, record producer, and singer. His style implements of blues, rap, and funk, as well as comic sense about blues tropes. Rush has won 12 Blues Music Awards. And in 2017, at the age of 83, he won his first Grammy Award for the album Porcupine Meat. He's from Homer, Louisiana. So why? Wait, let me see. Oh, it says Bobby Rush is a Louisiana native who lived for decades in Chicago, earned the title King of the Chitlin Circuit after relocating to Jackson in the 1980s. Okay. I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm.
Ellis Ave. Ave. Yeah, so Ellis Ave, there's a Wingstop right there. And across the street, there's like some, they might not have them anymore, but they were there. Let me see. Yeah, the Beauty Zone at the Beauty and the 88-cent store. It's still there after all these years, y'all. It's still there, the 88-cent store. Anyway, there's the Beauty and 88-cent store. And yeah, turn that into a grocery store and a farmer's market. Y'all remember the Beauty Zone in the 88-cent store? Do you remember it, Doc?
I've never seen it though before. I never went up in there.
Fondren. Oh, okay. So Brianna's saying that we do got some grocery stores. They're just small. Are they black owned, Brianna? Are they black owned?
If it's on Fondren, that ain't black owned.
Used to be a slap. What? You said if it's in Fondren, it's not.
I don't think it's black owned.
The Whole Food in Jackson is that is probably a direct acknowledgement of what we call gentrification. We don't have Ellis Avenue anymore. There is no Ellis Avenue. Save-A-Lot grocery store is across from Wingstop, close to the intersection of Ellis Avenue and Highway 80. Okay.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. It's right when you come out. It's right when you come off of 20.
Okay.
If I'm coming from here, from Dallas, that's the way I used to take to get to school.
What's that shoe store called in Jackson, Mississippi? It's right there next to I wonder what it's called. It's right down the street from Jackson State. You know what I'm talking about. You get 2 shoes for $40 or $30 or buy one, get one free. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Sure.
It's on Terry Road. Is it Terry Road? Is it Shoe Time 5? There you go. See?
I done been out of the shoe game so dang long. Ain't no more Payless, man. Payless gone.
Baby. We finna go to Soups tonight. Girl, I ain't got nothing to wear. Better go to Shoe Time. It's not there anymore. The shoe show. Tony said it's not there anymore. Where you get the buy one, get one free shoes.
Boy,
They turned the SWAC and Save into a church. What?
So that was so you know how you go down Ellis, if you go past Highway 80 back to 20, go under the bridge, and it's up the hill. That's where the SWAC and Save used to be at.
What church they done turned it into?
Said New Horizon Church.
Raymond Road. Yup. Listen, a time was had, okay, at Jackson State. A time was had.
Yeah, don't tell me about Raymond Road. A time was had. Road.
So the old Union, yes, them wings. Y'all remember the old Union when we had to go upstairs to the grill? So, I had to stay in the old Union when Hurricane Katrina hit. We had to stay in the Union when the hurricane hit. and all the electricity was out, and they wouldn't let us go back into the our dorms either.
Nah, that was like I remember my cousins, they had to come up from Hattiesburg because they was at USM and they had to come to Jackson, and they got back, at Jackson State. So, and they told me, oh yeah, the super card. Funny thing, I'll say that. Hold on. Oh.
Y'all pour one up. Go ahead and pour one up, y'all. Y'all go ahead and pour one up. Rest in peace.
What? Rest in peace of what?
The Metro Center Mall.
Oh man.
We need to sing a song to memorialize it. Y'all drop a song in the chat. We need to memorialize the Metro Center. I feel like I would pour up something here. I'm going to pour it up like this. Go ahead and pour one. Do it for Lil Saint.
I do it for Lil Saint.
About, I would say like 70% of the stores in the Metro Center accepted SuperCard.
Hey, guess what?
What? How do you still have that? Here we go to the end of the road till I can't let go.
Yeah.
I used to. Okay, so I will say this. This is really terrible. Bad decisions. Very bad decisions. But it is something that I did. Because for me, I had a couple of scholarships from UNCF. I had gotten a scholarship out of high school. And then I got a scholarship from my state to go to school. So my refund checks would be banging. But they never gave us our refund check on time.
Oh, just never.
Never. It would be like a month and a half, almost 2 months before you get it. So, shoot, I have money on my SuperCard.
I remember when I got my when the first time I got my card. So this card is the second iteration of the card. The original card that I got was it looked nothing like this, because this is when we did this one. We did this one was in either 98 or 99 is when we switched over to where they got the library as the on the front and everything. So but yeah, I remember the first time I had got a refund check, I got over $2,000 as a 19-year-old. Y'all thought I was balling out there.
I don't have mine. I would always lose mine. I couldn't keep a hold of it. They would never release it. Talking about wiping. I was eating the food. You could use the your SuperCard at Valley Fish House, Boston Fish Supreme, Piccadilly's.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot what other restaurants. What other restaurants could you use it at? I know Piccadilly's, Boston Fish Supreme, and Valley Street Fish House. I know those was the top.
I think we used it. I used mine at Crystal's. You can use. I thought you could use it at Burger King. It's anywhere where
you could get gas over there off Terry Road.
I think so.
Over there off Terry Road.
Hey, is the Cotton Bowl still open?
Man of Fashion, good memory. I remember Man of Fashion in the Wendy's, yep, Fuel Time.
Like you, Subway. And that's before they brought the Subway
Ooh,
that's before they brought the Subway on campus.
Yes.
Taco Bell, KFC by Jack. Yep. Hell, y'all remember? Look, if you old enough on here, for all my whole old heads
I don't want to tell my age. I don't want to tell my age. I would eat with the Subway on campus.
If you're an old head that went to school in the 90s at Jackson State, do y'all remember Whopper Wednesdays? And go to Burger King off of Highway 80 and get about 10 of them things for $1. $1 Whopper. City Gear.
I will never forget that I bought an Ed Hardy leather jacket. I don't even want to tell you how much it cost. I'm embarrassed about it. It was such a cute jacket though. It was Ed Hardy was really famous, or it was like a really famous brand, and I had all this money. So I went and got an Ed Hardy jacket, and then the jacket got stolen. But it was good times. I went to a Lil Wayne concert with it on, and then I lost it. Yeah. Give me a bumper Biggie bag. Somebody said they was buying rims with the SuperCard. That's trifling. Yeah. How do you even get accepted as a vendor? The rim shop.
Hey, remember the SuperCard is just like it was like a debit card. So
Bebop Records in the corner outside of Metro.
Yep.
Who is accepting SuperCard for laying down the track?
Apparently Bebop was.
That is I'm just gonna say it's innovative. Okay, some of these places where you could use it, they really did. Like Jackson State really was definitely helping the local economy.
It did.
I worked at the JSU hair salon. Of course, we took the SuperCard. I was making out I had a marketing degree, so I said, yeah, you know what? Because all the girls will come get their hair done when they first get that SuperCard swipe. So I said, you know what? You need to be selling packages so that when they ain't got no money, they can still come get their hair done.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Bebop sold JSU football tickets. They had a recording studio in the mall.
You did. It was a lot of stuff they had at the Metro Center, man. I really
feel like that they didn't get that we should have embraced the Metro Center more, embraced some of these businesses and really made it like, which we don't realize the impact until now, the impact that we have on small Black businesses and the economy in Jackson with the SuperCard. Now, I don't know how financial aid is at Jackson right now. Do they still have a wait time in between time? Ooh, rallies. I love rallies. They're I'm a little bit big now to be eating rallies at night, but when I was younger, I was like literally 110 pounds soaking wet at Jackson State. So it wouldn't be nothing to go to rallies and get them fries. And there's a place on 82, I forgot what it's called, but they had the best Philly cheesesteaks ever.
The last time I went to rallies, Jeremiah, was probably last year.
Yes.
Either last year or the year before. Yes, Ellis Seafood did take SuperCard. LNC food. See, when I was in school, we had the bus stop deli that was right behind the school, where on the corner where the those apartments are on the corner right behind the school, right behind the across from the new student center. So it used to be an old house, and they just had everything. One stop shop.
What about yeah. I'm probably one of the are you not Jackson State?
Who Derek Brown? I don't Third White. I don't think he is.
He can't be Jackson State if he don't know what a supercard is.
Hey, Lillian, I didn't remember that. I you know what? I did remember that, but I didn't order Domino's like that all the time because I stayed in Dixon. And
The old Dixon, the football hall.
Dixon Hall before they renovated it. So funny story is I stayed in Dixon twice. So I stayed in the first time I moved over there as a freshman. Mr. Ford.
Don't wake him up.
Oh, sorry.
Oh yeah, can you still hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you snoring. Don't be waking him up. Let him sleep.
Oh Lord. So I stayed at Old Dixon Hall, and then when I came back in 09, I actually stayed when it was renovated. After they renovated it. I was like, it looks nothing.
Oh yeah.
I said it looked nothing like what I was. I said
Why didn't Stamps don't take the supercard?
Stamp did take Supercard when we
Do
went
they
to school.
take it? Do they have supercard now?
I don't think they do. I don't know.
What you mean you don't think they got supercard?
I don't know. You know how long it's been? Well, I did go to Stamps not last year, but the year before. I went to Stamps. Yeah, I went to Stamps when we took stepson down to Jackson for orientation. And I took my mom because she never had a Stamp burger. And we went over there, and she's like, God damn it, nigga, this shit about to put me to sleep.
Dixon was raggedy as hell in the 90s.
What? Dixon?
I stayed in McAllister Whiteside for 1 year. Then I moved to Campbell Suites. Then I moved off campus to what's the apartments called? It's University Place now, but before that it was the Palisades. Then I moved out of the Palisades. Ew.
So I stayed in Dixon my freshman year. So actually, I'm gonna tell you like this. This is the rundown where I stayed at. So my summer program, they housed us in Stewart. And then when I came back to Jackson for my actual freshman year, I was in Dixon. Then I moved over to Stewart, and then after that, I moved off campus. But when my stepdad had moved down to Brookhaven, I was staying with them. So I stayed off campus. I made my 45-minute drive every day. Alexander, see, I'm old enough to where Alexander still had it was Alexander East, West, and North.
Oh, when I got there, it was just Alexander East, Alexander West. Girls on one side, boys on the other side. I don't know how them folks was doing it, but they was sneaking over to the east or the west.
So Alexander East and West was all girls when I was there. Alexander North was a mix, and they had tore that down after I left. See, you said you stayed at Campbell Suites. That wasn't even there. When I was there, Campbell Suites that used to be the parking lot for the old cafeteria for the calf.
Yeah, because when I first got there, one of the is it transitional? It was like sinking into the sand or the foundation was sinking basically.
So that was the honors dorm.
Oh,
So
okay,
the
the
honors
honors
dorm,
dorm.
yeah. So the honors dorm used to be right behind. So where Campbell is now. So honors dorm used to be right behind there. So so when you drive through that back way, they still have the arch of where the honors dorm used to be at. So now you just walk down there because it's the parking lot now. But the honors dorm was 3 floors. You walk in, you come in on the second floor, first floor, and then you go to the third floor.
So what is there now?
It's a parking lot.
Oh.
Yeah, it was a parking lot. They said they didn't want to do it. I think they didn't want to do that, do anything to it. So they just tore it down and just made it what it is. I remember the Jones Sampson Hall was the football dorm. That's right behind where the library sits, the gray building. Like if you walk back to the back if you're going from the old student union, you walk towards back on that back where there used to be a back street right there, and right behind it used to be that's
Jones Sampson Hall was like a historical building.
No, you talk so this is what you're talking about. One side was Jones Hall, and there was another one where on the other it was just that one. But Jones Sampson Hall now it was the football dorm, and I stayed in there for about maybe 3 days before I moved over to Dixon. But that's where the football team used to be at. It was so funny. It's my freshman year. Football team and the Qs was going at each other.
Wait a minute.
Oh, it was fun. This was like my second week of school, right? And the football team went to the Q's tree. This when we still had trees. Took their bench and took it to the back of where the football dorm was. Spray painted it blue and white and put F5B on the bench. And sat there, wait till it dried out. Sat there and waited and dared the Q's to come get it. And dared the Q's to come get it, right? The Q's, I'm telling you, the Q's had they were trying to get their bench back. But for a good amount of time.
Allegedly.
Oh, allegedly. This ain't no alleged. This is what I said.
It's still alleged. It's still allegedly.
No, it ain't no. For you, it was alleged, but for me, this is what I saw. They were sitting They was on my own 2 eyes. They were sitting in folded chairs under their tree. Spray painting them gold with some purple on it. And sat there under their tree. I remember when the football team, so the year that the Kappas got kicked off the yard was in 1999. So once you get kicked off the yard, the Kappa tree was right in front of the cafeteria. And when they got kicked off the yard, the school blacked out their tree, blacked out the rocks, blacked out the bench. The football team took it upon themselves.
Were they winning this year? Why they was being all petty?
Oh, we was winning.
Okay,
yes,
well, winning. I was trying to figure it out. Okay, because why are they being so petty?
went to the cafeteria and just said FIB on the bench, sat right there, and it was they stuff. Because the Kappas didn't come back on the yard until after they was kicked off the yard till after 09. They went. This is the year that there was the same year that. In fact, it was the same time when they fought the Sigmas on the yard, and yeah. They fought the Sigmas and the Capitals beefing on the yard from 98 and 99. So it just stemmed to 99. We had a full out ride on the side of Alexander West.
Only dorms left are Alexander, Transitional, Dixon, Stewart, Campbell, and McAllister offline, Palisades offline.
Mm-hmm.
Ew, that's disgusting. The calf decided to cook chitterlings for dinner in honor of Black History Month. That's trifling. Don't nobody want to smell those chitterlings when we trying to eat the rest of our meal.
I remember when the football team came up, we had midnight breakfast. Had to be 1990.
They just had a midnight breakfast this past week at Jackson State. They just had
either spring of 98 or spring of 99. And
and
they had a whole food fight in the damn cafeteria.
Yep, they just had a midnight breakfast recently.
I don't know if TC was up in there, but he probably remember this shit. We had a all out food fight up in that joint.
A food fight? Oh, I would have been pissed. I would have been pissed. That's trifling.
I'm telling you, it was a food fight. I'm telling you, my freshman year, the alphas got into it with each other. Old heads got into it with the neos. I was like, damn.
Now you telling too many stories now, Doc. Keep your head on the swivel. Keep your head on the swivel now.
They know what's
you
up.
Told about the Q Dogs and the football team. You done told about the alphas.
This all happened
with the neos.
This allegedly. All happened. This all. See, you was still in elementary school. This all happened when I was there.
I was not. They should have a midnight breakfast for alumni during homecoming. Jerome, get that going. Get that going.
I would definitely be up in that junk too.
Man, what? Are we wearing jimmies? Kappas and Sigmas were beefing. What is going on? Why are y'all beefed out? Because the kids are not the kids, I call them kids. The students were having a time at that midnight breakfast. They just had one the other day and it was packed. And they were doing a two-step and everything.
See, we ain't had no DJ, nothing like that. We just got in line, got our ticket, get your food, and before all the shenanigans had started.
Okay. Brianna said that Cortez hosted a midnight brunch that was free entry and it was lit. Ooh wee.
Yeah, that's my
class. I'm hungry. I want salmon croquette, please. Salmon patties. I'm not trying to be bougie. Salmon croquette. That's what we call them up here. That's what my aunt calls them. All Cortez, right. So,
the coolest person I ever met when I was
Cortez Bryant.
Yeah, that was my classmate.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Who remembers Mississippi when Jesse Jackson came to judge the Miss Omega pageant? What?
I don't know. That was before me.
I don't know about that midnight brunch. I didn't know about that midnight brunch. That sounds like a good time to me. Yes, the Jackson State just had a midnight brunch for the kids. I call them kids, but they had a time.
Yeah, they kids. They gonna call you auntie in a minute. You gonna be auntie status
They
in a
do
minute.
call me auntie. Oh, please call me auntie. I want you. Yes, I am auntie. Coming up in, please. Yes, auntie. Old enough to be your mammy. Yes, and is.
Ooh, the Flash, man.
The Flash, the newspaper.
Man.
Yes. I remember when Obama came to JSU in 2007 in the AAC. I remember that vividly as well.
I remember in
I got
got
into a fight not long after that at the
the blue and white Flash. I was when I was at Stephen F. Austin, Bill Clinton came down when he was doing his book tour. This was 2007. And of course, of course he hung out with our chapter because he's our frat, he's our frat brother, because he actually pledged Alpha Phi Omega at Georgetown University when he was there. So that was another one of my greater achievements right there that I can cross off my list.
Do they have Tiger Pride still? Because Tiger Pride used to be at the basketball games deep. We used to have like 60 people by ourselves with our Tiger Pride shirts on. I know they was talking about the attendance and how it was kind of lackluster.
I was there I was right there when the day that when Terrell Nim was on the side of Alexander when they did the Moose move.
I don't think so. Well, there's your answer right there. They need to revitalize Tiger Pride, because that literally, the students at Tiger Pride were really spearheading for like the spirit of basketball games. We'll be 60, 70 deep at the basketball games.
Yeah, and it kind of declined when Mr. Lattimore passed away too.
When did he pass away?
Passed away some years ago.
I didn't know that. Mm-hmm. Or I think I did know that, but yeah, because imagine walking in class and Rosa Parks comes walking down the side. That was JSU. Oh wow.
It was so funny. I met for our homecoming. It was homecoming concert my freshman year. And Chico DeBarge, this is when he had just got out of jail. Like he just got out of prison. So I'm walking back towards the room from the union, because I went to get some money. And I just see him walk down the street. I'm like, bro, you ain't got no detail. You ain't got no security. I'm like, just straight up walk down the street. And then we would get ready to go over across the street. And Kelly Price, she was walking to the AAC. I was like, man, why is you walking to the AAC? You ain't got no. She's like, I just want to take in on the campus. I was like, well, shit, you took in on the campus, all right. But she was cool though. We talking about, this is big Kelly Price, not the little one.
What?
Yeah. Kelly Price. She was a friend of mine. Kelly Price. Yeah, that one. I remember, was it 98? We had it was a Junior Mafia. And look at him. Came on campus. They had a concert at the AAC. Man,
They don't have interfaith choir, gospel choir. I was in interfaith too. Interfaith gospel choir.
I don't know if they still have it or not, man.
I don't think they have that anymore.
I remember Interfaith. I remember Blue White Flash. I remember the Insatiable Models. Tiger Pride. Of course, we was in it.
Yeah, I was in Tiger Pride.
I got in 99, thanks to my homeboy Eric Triplett. Campus Crusade for Christ. I remember I went to a couple of them things on campus. We was used to be on the third floor of the student union, old student union. Yeah, hey, the Insatiable Modeling Squad. Let's see, what else do we, man? I remember all the state clubs.
When Two Live Crew got banned, well, their JSU homecoming concert is why they were banned. And I think, wait a second, not getting banned from Jackson State.
Oh, that was the time where they was still fighting with the right to free speech, the First Amendment. Yes, the state clubs. Now, you know, Dr. Israel and Lillian, they older than us. But NAACP club with Dr. Chiplin. Everything that changed, man. Just from the time I was there all the way up until now.
Uncle Luke's party when I was in school. Uncle Luke had a party at Jackson State. He need to be banned from college campuses.
Mint condition at the old Dansby Hall.
Mint condition performing the old dance faith at the AAC. Good times, good times. The Sigmas threw it. It was off campus though. Okay. Well, if all hearts or minds are clear after this down memory lane.
What was I didn't get the chance to finish out the score for the men's game. What was the score for the men's game? I kind of fell asleep. I was too tired.
Are you talking about for men's, like just all of them, or
no, just Jackson?
Okay, so you said you're not worried about nobody else.
I'm worried about Jackson right now. This is a Jackson State show for me.
So
let me stop sounding like him.
It's good that you fell asleep because you would have been like, what? It ended out 86-81. Excuse me, 86-81.
Jackson.
But it was real close. Like they were only losing by 2. It was one of those anxiety types of things.
I'll probably go back and rewatch it again.
They said that Lil Wayne used to come on campus, but y'all was trying to beat him up or something.
Yeah, they was. I mean, well, Wayne was because him and Cortez.
Allegedly, Lil Wayne was getting beat up on campus.
Well, Wayne and Cortez was friends. They from the same neighborhood. So, heart attack game. Yeah, I guess I'm glad I didn't watch the end of it.
You didn't want to watch that because we were up by like 17, as much as 17. I mean, we ended out. It was one of those because the refs was acting kind of funky those last 2 minutes. One of the players, Willoughby or something like that from Bethune, he did a flop where the Jackson State player threw his elbow and he said, and they called a foul, and then they had to relook at it, and it's like, oh, you didn't get fouled, which he should have gotten a technical for flopping. Don't they give out technicals for flopping?
No,
Or is that only at the or is that only at the NBA level?
I think that's the NBA level.
Oh, okay, well, we need to come up with that rule because he flopped so bad. Like, boy, you know, you did not get hit in your face.
Was it worse than LeBron flopping?
Yes, it was worse because when you looked at it, you saw that the elbow didn't come close to his face.
Oh, yeah. Wayne used to be on campus all the time with Tez. Like he started coming up there in 98, 99. Well, he was already with the hot boys.
Well, where was his security? Because why was they whooping up on his ass like that? Why was they whooping on him? They letting him know you can't do all that over here.
It was Birdman.
Well, he did come back to Jackson State because Jerome is saying that was summer of 2004, but he had a concert there. I want to say either 2006 or 2007. Wayne was there for a concert.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Wayne liked Jackson. He never. But it's just one of them things. Like Birdman keep opening his mouth. Don't write a check that your ass can't cash.
I thought it was he was trying to talk to somebody's girl and they beat him up. That's what I thought.
Probably so too. There's probably a whole bunch of stuff, man. There's probably a whole bunch of stuff.
But okay, you want to do the benediction? May the Lord watch
between me and thee
while we are absent.
One from another.
Oh, we can do that too. Look, I don't know what happened.
Hey, Jerome said.
I wanted to sing that. Oh, Jerome wants to say something before we close out. I'm gonna need for transfer students they don't have to take university success.
Transfer students? No.
Yeah. What? They have to because they don't know they don't know the song Jackson Fair.
That's when you go to orientation.
My dear old college. We had to learn that or else we did not pass. My dear old college home. Some of these folks got their fingers in the air, but they lips ain't moving. Fingers in the air. You gotta learn. Hey.
Thanks.
Hey, Jerome.
Black national anthem.
Thee I love.
Hey, so real quick, Wayne was on the yard because he was supposed to enroll at Jackson State fall 04. But what happened was he was on the yard with Tez. He was talking to this girl from Chicago, and she was like, "Nah, I'm good." And mind you, this is on the plaza. So he got real disrespectful with her. She went back upstairs too. I forget the name of that dorm that's right there on the plaza. And
Alexander.
I think it wasn't Campbell because that wasn't open yet. I think it was Alexander.
It was Alexander.
Yeah, there was a whole bunch of dudes from Chicago in the lobby of Alexander just chilling. And they all came out and just went to town. And after that, that next fall, 04, he ended up enrolling at University of Houston. But yeah, he was supposed to come to Jackson State to be a student.
Till he got his ass whooped?
Basically.
Listen, the folks from up north
Facts. They deep and they stick together.
They definitely let folks know, oh, this is Chicago right here.
Unless you from one set and another set.
Well, New Orleans was repping hard. New Orleans.
Oh yeah, New Orleans, Memphis, Atlanta, but mainly
Memphis.
Chicago, Detroit.
Mainly Chicago, though. Mainly
yeah.
Chicago. Chicago was deep. And I think that they've been deep for a while. There's been a huge pocket of Chicago students, which is why I felt like that doing a game there was so important, because there is a huge pipeline from Chicago to Jackson State. Yes,
They've been
and
deep since the 80s.
Ain't no legend.
Yeah, they've been deep since the 80s. Ain't no legend. If we seen with our own eyes, we seen it. That's why I was like, come on. I was there with
I'm just saying allegedly to cover myself. Allegedly, Wayne got that ass whooped.
St. Louis had a big, y'all St. Louis folks had a big coalition too, man.
Oh yeah.
St. Louis used to run deep. I was like,
it seems like everything on that Mississippi River corridor was deep to Jackson State. From Chicago to St. Louis. Yeah.
Facts.
Like, man, then because see, when I came in, it wasn't too many of us that was from Texas when I came to Jackson, but later on, like probably like 98, 99, 2000, that's when you start seeing a really big representation, and not just from the city of Dallas, but you see it from. I had friends from Fort Worth. I had from Austin. Had one from El Paso, and the rest of them from Houston.
You know what, Timona and Dot, when I came to Jackson State, there were quite a few students from like Minneapolis and Wisconsin. What's the name of that city that's in Wisconsin?
Waukegan, Racine.
We had Racine, Waukegan. So Waukegan was in Illinois, but what's the main city in Wisconsin? It's like I forget the name. It might be Madison, but those two areas, those Milwaukee. There we go. A lot of students from Milwaukee and Minnesota for some reason, and also Seattle. And as I told, I think we were on this platform a couple months ago. Like when you look at every state in the South that has HBCUs, there's always that one HBCU that has historically a large amount of out-of-state students. And for Mississippi, it happens to be Jackson State. And when you talk to like old head alumni from like the 50s and 60s, they'll tell you like they had a lot of, students that came down from Chicago, Georgia, other places as well. So, but yeah, when you look at like, Maryland, it's Morgan State, of course, DC, Howard, Virginia, it's like, Hampton, the Carolinas is like Claflin and A&T and Johnson C. Smith. But yeah, in Mississippi, Jackson State has always had like a ton of students from out of state.
Yeah, I'm about to say Bay Area, man. I had a homeboy, my classmate, he was from Vallejo. I was like, bro, you went from the Bay all the way here to Mississippi? He's like, yeah, I had to get out.
And that's always, and you know what? That is always their reasoning. Like I went to school with students from the DMV, Philly, Baltimore. My roommate, my freshman year, he was from Baltimore, New York. But you asked them, like, hey, why did you come to Jackson State? And they were sick of New York, sick of Baltimore, Philly. They were ready to get out and just do something different. So, and that's another reason, Timona, to your point, to go back to Chicago, there's a lot of students in Chicagoland that want to get out, but we got to take the show on the road and kind of bring JSU to them. So, and that's for all HBCUs. We got to get out of these games in the Deep South and start hitting back the Upper East Coast, Midwest, and the West Coast, because we did have quite a few students from LA as well. So if we can,
I like how our president embraces the sonic boom of the South as an extension for recruitment, right? Like a lot of HBCUs are not fortunate enough, or they don't include their band as an extension of the university in terms of recruiting and in terms of kind of like a bridge to expose kids from all around to the HBCU culture. So I'm so glad that, and then our of course our current president aligns with that, and he seems to basically carry on that legacy and even expound on it in terms of utilizing the boom to recruit.
Absolutely.
The boom is a great ambassador for the school. So that's why
they are the biggest ambassador for the
school. Absolutely. That's why it's so important for them to go and do the high schools the night before an actual football game, or I enjoy it.
Absolutely.
I wanted the true blue black college experience, and to me it didn't get any blacker than Jackson State. And for me, I was at home and I had got accepted to Mizzou. I was in like one of those DEI programs that they don't have anymore, and so I had basically a full ride to scholarship to Mizzou as long as my grades were a certain level. And I was like, I don't want to be at home. I want to leave. I want to go. And there was a girl that I had graduated high school with, and she was at Jackson State. And she's like, well, you should just come here. And I had got accepted into Clark Atlanta, but their tuition was like out of this world. And I hadn't gotten a notice for the UNCF scholarships until I was already at Jackson State. So I applied at Jackson State and I got accepted into the honors college. And I was like, okay, I'll go to Jackson State, because I did not want to stay at home. I did not.
Yeah, like you going to school and then instead of going to your dorm room, you going straight to the house.
Right. Or just, I mean, college is like if you stay on college campus, it's definitely a
better experience,
a world of its own. But like you said, if you're already at home, you'll just be like, okay, I don't want to stay here. I'm not going to go and, make friends. I'm just going to go home, or, I don't. So I wanted to go experience that. And it was a totally different culture for me.
Right.
Totally different, because I went to a predominantly white school in Missouri, and so going to just everything was totally different. The culture was different. Everything. I loved it.
And that's one of the beauties of going to a school like Jackson State. I look at it as diversity. When you have that high of a percentage of students from out of state, you can't really get that type of experience at some other universities, because, like, to your point, Simona, like, as you stayed in Missouri and went there, it's going to be dominated by you're not going to have a lot of black students from.
It's going to be one of those black student unions.
Yeah, but they're all probably going to be from Missouri. Like, there's not going to be huge pockets coming from Memphis and New Orleans and Chicago, et cetera. So going to a school like Jackson State, it gives you the opportunity to get like a very diversified experience from people who are from all over the place in bulk, and they're bringing their individual culture and dress and style of music, and it was like a melting pot. The Atlanta folks, they had their music, Detroit, Chicago. Like, where other places can you get that outside of a school like a Jackson State?
Man, I'm gonna tell you like this. So when I went to, of course, like I said, I went to Jackson in '97. So that, everything was so different back then. And then I came home and I took a break. So I took a break from just school altogether. And I ended up at Stephen F. Austin in 2006. And so when you think about it, I'm looking at it like, okay, this is all right, this is my culture shock right here, because I am amongst a lot of pale folks. And then like you said, the pocket of black people that I've been around, people say, well, they be like, man, this is HBCU. It's just like, no, it's not. Let's keep it a buck. And I told them, ain't shit about SFA HBCU until you actually go and sit in a classroom at an HBCU instead of being called a number. This person, this instructor is calling you by your name, by your government name. And they care more about your well-being and your success than these instructors here at this PWI that just was like, okay, get them in. If he passed, he passed. If he failed, he failed. Get him out. You know what I'm saying? And then the environment is different because nothing, going to a football game at SFA, it was all right, but they was losing. I went to school there where they lost. They was 0-11. And I was like, I ain't never been nowhere. I said, I was in high school. At least we went 5-5 shit my senior year in high school. We didn't make the playoffs, but at least we won 5 games that year. And I'm so used to, like I said, I'm so used to being at Jackson. I was so used to where shit, we win 9-10 games. We packed out our stadium for, the rivalry for us between Southern and having just looking at legendary coaches on the sideline and Eddie Robinson at Grambling, Big Daddy Carson with us and everybody else. It's like it's nothing better. And so I was telling them, it's like until you can apply, enroll, and become a part of the tradition and the student, the student body there, is nothing. This is what I did at SFA was like a damn cakewalk. I really didn't hang with a lot of white folks. I mean, it's just me. I'm gonna be honest with you. I hung with my fraternity. I hung with people that I knew, and I've been knowing them for almost 20 years now. But at the same time, it's like this is nothing different. Like, this is the difference where I was at SFA and where I came from in Jackson was just totally night and day. Like, this is, I was at SFA, this is when we had we was in our D-Town Boogie phase, right? Stanky Leg and all of the music was coming out, and then we going at it with the Houston board, with the Houston folks, and that's all it was. It was Dallas versus Houston. See, I was at Jackson. It's Chicago, Memphis, Detroit music, St. Louis. I mean, shoot. I had dudes I knew that was from Grand Rapids. Some folks were from Flint, Saginaw. Of course, like I said, Vallejo. I used to live in the Bay. Of course, Dallas and Houston, and then real thing about it, Oklahoma, because my other classmate is from Tulsa. Guess where he at right now?
Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Guess where he at right now?
Where?
Good Morning America.
That's right, DeMarco Morgan. We had a lot of boomers who were from Tulsa as well. Anywhere you find those cities that have like those prominent historically black high schools, like in Tulsa is Booker T. Washington.
Yeah.
Of course, a lot in Mobile, New Orleans, Memphis, etc. A lot of those kids, would come to Jackson State and they would bring their non-band friends, encourage them to attend as well. So we developed like these pipelines from like Tulsa and Phoenix and just everywhere. But to your point, Timona and Doc, I'll say like in the Carolinas and Virginia, well, South Carolina has, in Low Country, they have a very distinct culture. But like North Carolina, Virginia, etc., going to Jackson State, like to know that Mississippi and the Deep South had their own music. It wasn't bombarded by like mainstream hip hop or mainstream rap. Like, y'all remember the song called "Do the Hooker Hooker"?
Yeah, that's a Texas thing.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like,
see, well, they still play that music though.
They do the bunny hop. You
walking like a dog, walking like a dog, walking like
classic.
A dog.
That's all classic right there.
Yeah. So you know when I was coming into Jackson State, like all that music out of Texas and Louisiana, even Mississippi, you know, Tennessee, they had their own music and it was hot. And you know, of course, they had their own dances and their own food and their own fashion. So you know, coming from North Carolina, that was the culture shock for me. And it was very beautiful. Like I'm like, okay, this is blackety black. Like we got
you had what, P.D. Pablo, and that's it, ain't it?
We no, okay. We had P.D. Pablo, of course, Jodeci back in the day, and Fantasia.
Okay,
I mean,
Fantasia,
you know what I'm saying? And you got Anthony Hamilton. You know, he's from Charlotte. But they were very mainstream. You know,
right.
to my point, like that Deep South music was it seemed like it was y'all's.
That was like your welcome to Jackson State. That was like a different level of orientation, the type of music that was played, and you had to know it. They were going to play it on the yard at 12. If you have a class you don't schedule classes for 12. Like, don't have a 12 to 12:50 class.
See, we didn't have that when I was there though.
What? You guys didn't have what?
On
the yard?
Yeah, we didn't have that when I was there at the time. We didn't. So when we had something on the yard, on the plaza, on the original plaza, let's get that straight. The original with the stairs. We ain't talk about what it is now. We're talking about the original with the stairs and stuff like that.
Okay, this is the one where they actually
where you can drive around campus.
Right. So I think they tore that down after Hurricane Katrina. Like they literally shut down the campus, and then we were closed for, I want to say, 2 extra weeks after Hurricane Katrina hit. And then when we came back, the whole plaza was toe up. They just used that as a time to tear it up, was Hurricane Katrina.
Now, when I came in, even for my audition my senior year, they were starting to already tear up the old plaza. And then by the time I came that fall, it was all around that time. There was just so many construction projects going on at once. It looked like the Taliban hit it. And
Mason was trying to get all that stuff like that.
Absolutely. And you know, I think the plaza opened, like the new plaza officially opened up because we were performing somewhere 04, 03, but I think it reopened like in 03 or 04. But to your point, we didn't have a hot spot per se like you guys, because you know they were still working on the plaza. But once they got it open, they had like DJs out there and stuff like that, and you don't see that at a lot of HBCUs. Fully embraced the way Jackson State students historically do it.
Right,
they don't
there
do it
for
like
the old student union at that little amphitheater looking thing. That is the spot.
Absolutely.
That's where, if you're not familiar with sororities or fraternities, and when I say fraternities or sororities, I mean like at Black colleges, not at a PWI, because even though they're coming from the same type of sorority or fraternity, the culture is so different.
It's totally
different. Yeah, the Divine Nine, like in that horseshoe, that's where you get your welcome to HBCU culture moment. If you've never seen it before, it's different than
it's magical.
When we was there, like I said, we was there when the street was still up. Like you could drive on the street, and we still had the Divine Nine, the frats and the sororities. They had their trees and benches. Like when I was there,
they don't still got their trees now.
Well, they have the
benches.
They have the monuments.
Okay.
But I'm telling you, it was, and I think Jerome remember, it was a sight to see. if you had a car that had a good system in it, and you come on campus, the first thing you're gonna tell the campus police, man, look, I'm getting my sticker, but I gotta show you this. I gotta show you my ID. And I gotta show you my driver's license, right, to even get on campus. So you ride around campus. I'm talking about you get on the side of Alexander West, right there by the plaza. Stop right there. It used to be a damn car show. And I'm serious. And man, I'm telling you, rest in peace to my homeboy, white boy Matt. Pop like yes, white boy Matt. He was on the football team. Matt Bowen. He had this pure white Buick Regal sitting on them things. And I'm talking about he had a system in there, and you can hear him coming from the other side behind the student union and just ride around. And he get right there at the plaza. And so I remember last night, me and Ken, we was talking about music. We was talking about the music that we listened to when we was coming into college. So,
I used to get the Alexander Hall women's get in and out them cars with they spend the night bags. Lord.
Oh yeah, that used to be funny. That used to be fun. I remember when so before I'm sidetrack. I remember when the dudes from Dixon, if you stayed on the 5th, the 6th, and the 7th floor of Dixon.
Facts.
We used to be dressed in all black, go in behind Alexander. We always hit Alexander West because it was easier for us to get in and get out. Run and do a panty raid. That was
panty
fun.
Raid.
Oh yeah.
Oh Lord.
Oh yeah. I'm telling my age now.
That's why if you're going to homecoming, you have to get there Thursday night because you have to be there. If you miss Friday at noon, and then that Friday, it's like Friday noon to 4 or noon to 5. Pop Light Brown talk about yes for the panty raid. Are you talking about yes for the panty raid?
We used to go on the side. We used to go like, and if we hit Alexander East, we used to be on the side on the front part where it's facing the plaza, and we'll just run through because guess where we can go? Once we hit from the back, go all the way to the Dust Bowl and hide at the Dust Bowl.
Oh, Lord, y'all was clowning, dressed in all black for a panty raid, rattling the windows. What in the world? I remember the ladies trying.
Oh yeah, they tried to do draws right at Dixie.
Ew. What in the world? Y'all was on some other stuff now.
I'm telling you, we had a bot, man. Look, like I said, he was there at 95, so he was there before me. So when I got there at 97, I was already getting taught a lot of stuff from my summer program.
You look like y'all was over there getting taught some bad stuff over there doing panty and boxer raids. I don't want nobody's funky ass draws that they done had on, especially in the summer of the hot ass Mississippi. Y'all know it was hot as hell in Mississippi. You had to take a shower 3 times a day.
Hey, my freshman year, I remember I took a shower, put on my business attire for my business course, and I walked outside of Dixon, and it felt like the humidity was so bad, like it punches you in the face.
Yes.
And you know what I'm saying? And it's crazy. So like, I remember I flew to Boombox in 2012 out of Charlotte. And I guess I got used to the Charlotte, North Carolina weather. And like it had to be like 110 degrees in Jackson. Like, man, it was so hot.
If it's 110, you know the ground is about 115, 120.
Exactly.
I'm gonna tell you like this.
Hot, like hell.
I'm coming from Dallas, coming back to school in 97 to enroll for the fall, right? So my mom was with me, and I told this story many times. They had us go from the financial aid office, the BF Roberts was being renovated at the time. So the financial aid office was on the second floor in the student union at the time. And they was telling us, well, I had to go do this, I had to fill this out, and then I had to go all the way over to the AAC to take care of something over there. And then me and my mom, we walked over there. Mind you, it's already 95, 96 degrees outside, and it's 98% humidity. We from Texas, we from Dallas. We have somewhat of a dry, you know what I'm saying? It's a dry heat. We not used to that humidity and stuff like that. The only time we get humidity is we figure it's gonna rain. So we walking. My mama was like, I don't know why these motherfuckers got me out here walking this goddamn hot ass sun. And this is when my mom was in her 30s before my sister had my niece, before my mom turned into a grandma. This was my mom was still a pure crash out, right? Where she still had that crash out gene in her body. So they told us we get to the AAC, we standing in line. They told us like we had to go back to the financial aid office. My mama cussed everybody out at the AAC. And we went back to the financial aid office. She cussed everybody out at the financial aid office. We got everything settled. I got my ID, got my room and everything taken care of. My mama cussed everybody out. She's like, I'm hot, I'm tired, I'm ready. She's like, I'm ready to take my black ass back to Oak Cliff. She's like, here's $100. I'll see you later.
Yeah.
And they rolled back to Dallas that night.
Jackson, he don't play, man. I'm telling you.
And then that first day we had a party on the plaza. I'm thinking like, okay, I'm fine. I forgot I done walked up and down the goddamn street, you know what I'm saying, going back from the financial aid building to the AAC. So I went to my room because I was still I had stayed in John Sampson for like a couple of days before I went over to Dixon. I went in, took me a shower. I was like, all right, probably about another 30, 45 minutes later, I'm sweating like a damn hog again. Like, I ain't taking no goddamn shower. You ain't gonna do me like that shit.
But you know what? I'll say this: all of that builds character, and that's something they can't take from any Jacksonian. We've just built differently, not just because of the heat, but the walking back and forth. And y'all got to remember, this is back in the time where, like Jackson State, probably within the last 10 or so years, they finally decided to plant more trees on the plaza and around campus, so you get like a nice kind of walk in the park feel. Back in our day, we didn't have no trees. I mean, we had trees kind of like by the
the library.
Building. Yeah, the library and the Just Science Hall. And that's a good segue. Do y'all remember we had a bad pigeon problem? And they decided to bring.
They used to make those banging noises.
Yeah, they had an
air horn. They had an air cannon. And I remember the first day that they brought that out, y'all, was in 1990. It was 99. And all you hear at night, like around between 5 and 6, was doo.
Man.
I was like, bro,
So basically, President Mason, he wanted to do the more humane route because in New York, because he had a lot of connections in New York, and they told him we have a pigeon problem as well. So we got pigeon hawks, and the pigeon hawks took care of the pigeons. But he decided to be more humane and have those artificial bombs. But man, that was so annoying, man. But
pigeon hawks, that is so terrible. Like hawks to go eat pigeons.
Absolutely. Like if you go to any big city like Chicago or New York or even out in LA, LA is a bit more
seagulls. You got
but and some of those East Coast cities where it's like really bad pigeon problems, they get those pigeon hawks to basically take care of it. But man, like again, I'm so glad they planted more trees along the plaza and other parts of campus because it does provide more shade. But man, it was super hot back then. But it builds character again, having to go through all those lines and whatnot. But as a former Boomer, man, I'll say this: it was always magical. Like right after band camp ended and all the rest of the students came back to campus.
Y'all couldn't wait.
Absolutely, man. Like my freshman year, when all the students came back on the yard and we marched back from the Dust Bowl, it was like, the police stopped the traffic and all the students like came outside Dixon and Transitional Hall, etc. It felt like he was in a parade. And that was kind of like getting baptized into Jackson State, like not just for the band members, but the rest of the students. Like, okay, the boom is here. It's officially school, starting. And it's just an experience at Jackson State you won't get anywhere else.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, soon y'all come back on campus. Everybody come back on campus. It's a whole dang on party. But I always tell folks, like, yeah, just because we party don't mean that we ain't take our black ass to class. Sure.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah. That's why you schedule the classes don't schedule no 8 o'clock class and you know that you're gonna be the type that's gonna be outside. Schedule you a 9 o'clock class. Because you gotta walk all the way across campus.
Hey, when we played in Memphis, like when we were in the yard, that Thursday and Friday, the campus was bare. Even the faculty and like everybody was gone. The only people left on the yard were probably the cheerleaders and the boom. And that's something that we kind of missed out on being in the band. All the students carpooling up there together, partying on Bill Street, etc. But, and even, when we used to play Southern in the Superdome in New Orleans, same thing, like 2000, 2002, and 2004, everybody would be down in New Orleans Thursday and Friday just having a good time. So,
but you know what the best thing about big, when we played in New Orleans that first year, we get to go down there and party and then drive right back to Jackson.
We would drive back to Jackson and still get out.
What you mean?
Like go out to party in Jackson.
Oh yeah. You talking about like after the Memphis game?
Yeah.
How long of it? Because everybody used to say, "Oh, Memphis just 2 hours from Jackson." I'm like, no, it's not. It's like 3.5.
Oh, it's 3. It's really 3 hours.
Yeah.
Now, if you go the back way, like
back way.
They got a back way.
49 and 61.
You get good reception.
Go through the Delta. If you go through the Delta, go to Clarksdale and Tunica and all that. Yeah, that's back way.
Okay.
I always say that's the back way to me. But yeah, my first adventure right there. Riding around with dudes that was probably 3 years older than me. And
let me tell y'all.
Went through the Delta.
So I'm gonna ask y'all this question, but I'm gonna do my first answer. So what was the best road trip that y'all had at Jackson State as a student? So let me throw mine out there. Well, it wasn't the best, but kind of memorable. So we me and my buddies, we were going up to Huntsville for the Jackson State A&M basketball game. And our buddy that we were staying with, he was like, yo, whatever you do not stop in this spot called Coleman, Alabama. So we were like, why? He was just like, listen, it's a sundown town, don't do it. I was like, all right. So me and my buddies, we drive into whatever, and the driver got hungry. And I didn't really know where we would stop. It was right outside of Birmingham. And so like we stopped at this McDonald's. So we walk in, and I kid you not, y'all, it was like a scene out of a movie where like the music stopped and everybody turned around and was just and everybody was not us, right? Like, first of all, why are all the employees non-black? Like they're all Caucasian. That threw me off right there. and everybody, you know,
restaurant.
Yo, it was so crazy. So like I told my buddy, I ain't gonna say his name, but I was like, yo, let's roll. Tell me why, yo, within 5 minutes of us getting back on the highway, we got pulled. And like for no reason. So we called our buddy in Huntsville. He was like, I told y'all not to stop. But like after that, like I will never stop in Coleman. Like that's ridiculous.
So my best one is two of them. My best one was the first time I actually went to Atlanta for Freaknik, the last one.
Wait a minute. Y'all was driving down from Jackson State to the Freaknik?
It ain't nothing but a 5-hour drive.
Ain't nothing but a 5-hour drive. You was riding down there for that.
Hey, it was the last, but it was the last one though. And
what was that, 98 or 99?
99. No, 98. 98. It was 98. That was the last one. And then driving back to Texas for the Kappa. And being stuck
for
on that damn
what? For the what?
The Kappa beach party in
Galveston,
Texas.
I always wanted to go to that.
Well,
that's been good. Is that Galveston?
Galveston, Texas. Galveston, Texas.
They said that the Kappa one is worse than the Freaknik.
Cause you got a whole, bro.
Allegedly,
you was on a whole stretch of Seawall Boulevard. And see them scattered ass.
Yeah, Doc, we better not see you on that documentary.
Trust me, I was not on the documentary, Brianna. I checked it. I watched it myself.
Hey, let me ask y'all, what was Q Delta real big when y'all were at Jackson State?
That in Hattiesburg. I went.
Yeah, Q Delta was big. Brofest. The first time I went to Brofest.
They had it's the Q Delta. It was fun.
Okay.
When we went to USM, it was kind of like the same type of setup at Valley where they rent out like a high school. It's not necessarily a high school, but you know, like a gymnasium for the parties or whatever.
Okay. Why you make that?
Well, you know, like because when you like the Q Delta or anything associated at USM, it's more kind of like the Black Student Union experience when I think about.
Yeah.
But until all the Qs and the Deltas from your HBCUs came in and turned that shit out. The ones that was at Mary Holmes, for real.
Wait a minute. Not you bringing up Mary Holmes. What about Mary?
Mary Holmes had some Qs and Deltas that they was out there. they ain't talking about OU. They was OWT out there now, but
allegedly.
But nah, I went there one time. It was straight. I went to Brofest one time. This was before I even became a Mason and seeing what it was all about. It was fun. It was fun. That I ain't gonna lie to you, it was fun. Another trip I remember I took was to Tuskegee I went by myself. And I was on the bus, right? I was on the bus, and it was a girl that came on the bus, and she was like, she asked me, she's like, yo, I seen you before. She's like, what? I said, I seen you before. I'm like, where you see me at? She said, I seen you on His from the Street.
Oh, what?
I'm like, His from the Street. Hey, Jerome, she seen me on the episode, like she said, she seen me on the episode where he came down to Jackson for the Mooside move.
You was on the episode?
Yeah, I was there in 99. Yeah, I was there.
Okay, I got to go back and check that out.
I had a big ass afro at the time. I was telling Ken about that last night. when he was, yo, that shit was funny when he told that story.
But you know what? You mentioned that you went to Tuskegee. That's another really cool aspect about Jackson State is like kind of being smack dab in the middle of this kind of oasis of HBCUs, right? That's really within 2-3 hour drive, So for a lot of us who were from out of state, it was a great opportunity to like hit up a Tuskegee or Bama State, A&M, Southern, Grambling, Pine Bluff. All that is within that 2-3 hour drive, and you could really do a turnaround trip. And just to go, check out other schools' homecomings or, basketball game or whatever, or just to like a good kickback.
Oh, hey, Lowe's, you said you selling the Machine Gun Kelly throwback?
Lord have mercy.
Hit me up on Twitter. I got a new phone number, bro.
I want to go to Mardi Gras. I didn't
Yo.
Oh, Mardi Gras was a good.
Did y'all ever go to Mardi Gras?
Mardi Gras was another fun road trip.
Look, let me tell y'all, bro. So Mardi Gras always Fat Tuesday would fall like around midterm. But like in honor college, the policy was like if you had like an A in the class or whatever, you ain't had to take midterm. So I was a nerd. So like I took maybe one midterm because I had to be in the class. But yo, like me and my crab brothers, we loaded up in my car, 5 deep, and we went down to, I forgot what parade it was, but it was a night parade. And then once the parade was over, everybody went down to Bourbon. And yo, it was like, of course, Mardi Gras is just like shoulder to shoulder already. But it was so many college students from like all over America. Like I saw cats from A&T, Howard, Oklahoma, Clemson, like USC. It was wild. But of course, you see a lot of stuff. It's like sensory overload already because people are doing a little bit of everything to get some beads. But just the experience as a college student, you're like 19, 20 years old, going down to New Orleans, just having a good time. And, we would always do like a return, like a turnaround trip. So we make it back to Jackson, like maybe 2-3 in the morning, you know what I'm saying? And go right to the dorm. But it was fun. And I would tell anybody that's on the live, if you're in college, yo, go check out Mardi Gras. It's definitely fun.
Well, that was a 4-hour live. And an hour of it we spent reminiscing about the good times at VI Love. But of course, all of these memories are priceless and timeless. And they're things that you want to share with others and let them know, look, Jackson State is still that way. You can still have a midnight breakfast. You can still go to the plaza. And you can still attend those games and have timeless times. We're going to end it right here, though. We're at 4 hours and 4 minutes. Lord. So may the Lord watch. Thank you, Jerome, for coming up and sharing this experience, and Doc. But may the Lord watch between me and you while we are absent one from another. Y'all have a good evening. Be safe. Keep your head on the swivel. And we will be back next week.
Bye, y'all.
I've had some weary days and some sleepless nights. But when I look around, and I think things over, all of my good days, I'll weigh my clouds hang low. I can hardly see the road. I ask the question, Lord. Lord, why so this day? But He knows one day for me. Although my weary eyes, they can't see. So I'll just say, thank you, Lord. I won't complain. But He is so good to me. He's been good to me. More than this world I could ever be. He's been so good. But He knows one day for me. Although my weary eyes, they can't see. So I'll just say